Oh.
Is it easy to make?
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
we should be
you-
online.
you go, like, double-click your token, so you're going to edit it. And then, like, you
Yes.
can go to, like, your properties or whatever, whether it's, like, armor class, 4-2, or reflex. You select that, yeah? You select that field, and then you press the down arrow key.
Wow. Really? Oh.
Yeah.
And then
Such
you just
power.
add that?
Well, I mean, then like you're making new lines, and so like it's a text document. So
Just
you
write in
do what
whatever
you want to
want.
do. Yeah. Put your notes in Danish. I don't give a fuck.
I would not. Honestly, I probably speak more English than I speak Danish at this point, so.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I speak Danish, like an English word just like sneaks in, and I
Have
don't realize until like 2 seconds later. I'm like, fuck.
So you don't run with Discord set to like your Danish language by default?
No.
I've toggled all the other languages now and then just to like get a feel of them, and that includes Danish. And I'm like,
Yeah. Well.
I'll do that now. I'll we switch to Dansk. So here I am on the Sprague tab. That's where I go to change languages.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
it's a
that's
thing.
Oh,
Send Beskid Eye Dreads of the Dragon Coast.
follow you.
Okay.
It
So I
hurts me.
It took a moment.
It hurts us.
I can video tamed camerate or scarem delved in scarem. Share my screen.
You can see that there's a lot of foreign words sneaking in, like, you know, camera and such.
Yeah.
I can Gorstum to not stum to mute my microphone, and I could frackalble to hang up. Frack off. I can frack off.
What?
Huh?
I don't.
Okay.
I like this game. This is a good game.
But I don't follow that one. Let me do this. Let me do this too. I can mute to go and not say anything, or deafen. Not as fun with English as it turns out.
No, really not.
Well, I can look over at the members of this group, Medlimmer. I'm just stalling for time so that Ari can make her token edits.
Oh, I'm not. I'm doing the like normal ones. I'm not at fancy stuff yet. I'm just like typing in my.
Well, yes. I'm
24
stalling
excitement.
for time so that you can do that, Ari.
Oh,
normal
okay. Well, 10 hours later.
Ari, it took us 14 minutes last week to get started because we had to update map tool. I think you can do that sub 14.
Yeah, I mean.
If you can, I'm
From now
disowning
off.
you.
I mean,
Not
you guys
from-
beat an astral crash. What worse could be out there? You know, do we even need to level up anymore?
Yes. Yes. Pretty
Well,
sure.
maybe you need to show some more urgency with your level up.
I usually, whenever players have been like, I'll level up next time, they die.
No.
Happened a couple times, yeah. Famously with Ipope way back.
Yep.
Like, I'll just take the level next time, and then he died because he had too few hit points.
And his character was undead.
He just got instantly destroyed.
Fighting scorpions?
Think so? Maybe. A long time ago.
We were on some sort of continental landmass, trekking southeast to find his father.
He died, and the whole trip was kind of pointless.
Shit. Like, yeah, alright, well.
Then he started playing Alfred Dazak, a peerless man with Ivard's black tentacles.
I was gonna bring in a Paragon wizard. This campaign, like an adventurer. Probably on Alfred Dazag.
Alright, I'll do a recap.
Good.
We'll keep this one brief so I can put Ari under a time crunch.
Wow.
Right. Welcome everyone to Dreads of the Dragon Coast. This is session 125. As a service announcement, we do not have a session next Friday. Manikai is going to be on like a 72-hour like Warhammer binge.
Yeah.
With Rahal. That's going to be
true.
broadcasted at twitch.tv/Rahal. And they're just going to be like just shooting that into their veins, like Creative Assembly, just running all up and down like Athay and over the hills and through the forest. Where's the Chaos Dwarves, Manikai?
I could talk. You're gonna do this? You're gonna talk about the Chaos Dwarves? Why are there no Chaos Dwarves? They were when you think Darklands, right? You think Chaos Dwarves, and then you think Ochre Kingdoms, Kislev and like Cafe is out there, right? They purposefully left out the Chaos Dwarves, and I will stand with the Chaos Dwarves. I'll demand that we have them, and we will have them, right, in time. But I feel like it is like, even if the game's the best game I've ever played, it will not be a 10 out of 10 because where's the Chaos Dwarves, right? I heard that there's a placeholder orc faction in place just called like the Orcs, which is a rubbish name, almost like mocking the empty spot of a cool-looking, mapped-out citadel that the Chaos Dwarves should be in, but where there are no Chaos Dwarves to be found.
It'll be a €10 add-on, Manikai.
We planned for the Chaos Dwarves to be.
Dwarves.
We planned for the Chaos Dwarves to be there in the enhanced edition in 12 years. No. They got to be here, and they got to be here soon. And I can entertain myself with the game until then, but it's, as I said to you, it's not a complete game until those are there. I mean, it's
so hopefully,
hilarious.
audience, you could understand why we will not have Dreads of the Dragon Coast next Friday.
Tune in anyway for some Warhammer. We'll discuss the Chaos Dwarves. We'll try not to.
If you missed last week, good news, you only missed part of a year. We did not complete the year. Speed through these things. Yinka, no longer with any of us. She was with Emizure Legiathir teaching Novacree. She has departed for Jacinta and is gone as far as we're aware, much like Valigneth. The Book of the Dragon has been left with the Green Dragon, who is keeping it the same place she's keeping the Pendant of Hope for Nobanian, which, you think those might contrast, but same field, right? I continue to work on my clock. Got another slice on that. Empowered Adventurers some more. I also took Novacree Southwest to the Snowflake Mountains, the land near Am, and spent half the year there to Midsummer hunting for a dragon for him so that he could become a half-dragon himself and be greedy and suck up some more power. Got him a bronze dragon. I even let him keep the horde. Yippee. Ari did some research into skull surrounded by blood droplet symbol, found the deceased deity of Baal, the Lord of Murder. Sirik snatched that portfolio. A whole entire vision perhaps pertained to that, maybe involving, some Sword Coast, Baldur's Gate action. You may have heard of, some video games in that sort of theater. As it turns out, Zethasden, the mighty and peerless Zethasden, has been dispatched to Baldur's Gate to look into the situation. He got a lot of great direction on that front. Totally wasn't putting in an ultimatum or anything. The premier action of the session took place within Westgate. Ari managed to police and investigate and keep an eye on the Aboleths creeping into the waterways beneath the city, and managed to hold them off, and also managed through her intermediaries to spot the Astral Kraken coming for her personally. That window of opportunity, she took the campaign to a familiar place where Syntheria Therios was defeated so that Zethasden could claim that body. Right there, along the shore, which is elevated, because the water levels have elevated. Where Cicatrix, Emizuri Legithir, Getra the Beholder, Zircon, and the Chosen of Umberlee fought the impossible. And somehow, we managed to hack apart like 900 plus hit points and slew the damn thing. Didn't get a chance to retreat, didn't get a chance to read either the dragon's minds. Fucking dead. And we were told by GM Fiat that for the rest of the year, the sovereignty was gonna have a ponder and contemplate the fuck was that. That was the session. Area's whistling, breathing in your ear. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah, that was the session. And with that, we completed a goal as well. The goal of slaying the impossible. So that leaves us with an open... Currently we have the goals: capture Nabanian, construct a portal to the ritual plane, and find a way back... find a way to fight back against the apoplectic sun.
Yeah, it's gonna be a simple goal. Take over the city of Westgate.
How do you top the impossible goal, right? You can't.
Yeah, I
Just
think
gotta
that is actually fairly simple. So there is forces resisting it, but they are weaker than you. So we'll say that's an easy goal to take it over. Now, actually, let's define take over, shall we? Is it
Holding it.
Yeah, so it's sitting on it for a year. Yeah,
Yes.
we'll call that a medium.
Yeah. Yeah, I consider just like taking out the adventurers, but that's not really the main goal. Like, I don't
Like-
care if they live or they die, as long as, they don't own my city.
Control
Yeah.
of and hold.
What's the change of heart here, Ari? For the longest time, where Cicatrix has resisted, like, wanting to hold this damn thing herself.
Look at this city.
So she's
Who am
just
I
like,
fucking kidding? It's me in here. It's only fucking me.
so it's like, all right, Nightmask, you ain't fucking good enough. Like, you can't slay the impossible.
Yeah, another thing is like, if the only other people here, like, again, she doesn't mind the adventurers being here. Adventurers are useful, but they should not lead the city. They did again. I think it's she said like they didn't fucking like protect this city.
What? That's how they became the...
No. I have been taking all the attacks. Also, look at that small icon over there.
Yeah, look at how smaller your icon is.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's also come on. The Westgate symbol cannot be like
creepy wizard
this
guy.
edgelord mage. No.
Well, I mean, it would be the Nightmask symbol, presumably, right? Like, you're going to defeat the adventurers, but no, it's been decreed now. The Marked are finally taking over. It's taking decades. It's happening, everyone.
Been fighting it. Yeah, It's
All
like
right.
I tried to position a lot of other people to have it, but they haven't been able to hold it. And
All right. We just picked back up then after our impossible fight then, right? That's where we're
Yeah,
going to be the
pretty much.
session.
Pretty much.
All right. I'll act because I'm not going to be doing much. Because if he's early here, why would she ever do much? She's applied herself way too hard this year. She went hunting for a suitable dragon for Novacree, and then she had to go fight this Astral Kraken thing. She's going back home and she's going to bed. I was gonna roleplay a bit about her continuing descent into like doubt and like fractured confidence, but I think after what just happened, it'd be hard to like transition into that. She feels pretty fucking good right now.
You know, it was named the Impossible. It was supposed to be impossible, and we did it. We fucking did it.
Really, who was responsible for naming it the Impossible? That was you know what?
Yeah.
Fuck this. Elder of the Enclave, Slayer of the Impossible. That's the new name.
Yeah, I
The
considered
Impossible
myself
Slayer.
that as well. Like, I was like, no, yeah.
You know, the level up here that you had between sessions is probably also, given the circumstances, somewhat more tangible than they usually are, right? Like, it's
Oh,
of course supposed to be
yeah.
a slow thing, but I think this is an accomplishment that, even if it has been a slow trickle, probably makes the characters realize that they are not, basically they have ascended to another stage of power, right? Being able to take
Oh.
this thing out is sort of an
Yeah.
acknowledgement to the world, really, of fear me in a new way.
Yeah, so Green Dragon spends a lot of time with her treasure, staring at the Pendant of Hope, and sleeping and relaxing peacefully. The Emerald Enclave is going to be sent out another group to try and fulfill, through influence and sovereignty, the final segment of this damn clock.
Go to Sothal, a far land past the Great Glacier.
So, influence and sovereignty, 7 dice. Well, I guess since the adventure die is remaining a 7, and you have permitted, and I don't have a problem with the adventurers getting wins.
Shakes
Yeah.
my head.
They have helped a lot.
Everyone
with
who's
these,
listening shakes my head.
they have helped a lot with these trips.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. Again, contract work is fine. Just
Yeah. That's the 3rd trip they've actually helped with out of the
Yeah.
4.
Turns
oh
out
yeah,
the
they totally
adventurers,
stay
when they're in,
biased too.
you can basically assume that whatever knowledge I give you now, the adventurers also have available. Things they could
It's
do
okay
to-
if they know how to destroy evidence.
Yeah. Let me see if there's like sort of things adventurers could do with this information.
Sell it to the highest bidder. Go after the information themselves.
They're gonna go to the sovereignty like, hey, I can help you destroy those ward stones.
Wouldn't it be some refuge and audacity if the adventurers went to assemble whatever this thing was to fucking blow up
Yeah.
So, yeah, you complete the clock. Now, the clock was find a thing or find a way to fight against the Aboleth Sovereignty using basically nature and sort of natural means. How does the world do this, right? And I pondered this, of course, because it's actually quite a question, right? How do you do this? How does the world of Faerun, the natural forces, sort of fight this? How could they do it? And the most obvious answer, of course, is druids, right? That's not really up to snuff here. You need something a bit more epic in power scale than just some druids watching over the forest. The next thing that comes to mind, of course, is psionics, right? That's sort of the world's response. Emisuri, in a way, is the thing that's supposed to fight against the sovereignty, and as she's just proven, she's pretty good at it. But that's also not what we're looking for, because it's one of these psionics that asks, how can I make the Aboleths afraid? And I think that's actually the real question here. How do I gain something or some power that would make them hesitate to act against me? That could make them go away because they don't want to deal with it. So that's the direction I've taken in answering this. Now, this information, of course, is what your people, what the druids have gathered, and adventurers for that matter, have gathered traveling around to these places. We can assume it's been a slow trickle in, but I'll sort of paraphrase it because it's much easier to understand. So for each of these places, there's a few things that could be found there or amongst the people there that could be useful. In fact, there's quite a few choices of things that could scare Aboleth, as it turns out, when you really spend time looking into it. And I'll just give you the suggestions, and then Emisuri can maybe look into them or decide which one she thinks is better, or pursue more of them. I mean, something really powerful and dangerous could maybe also be used against things that are not the Aboleth sovereignty. So let's start from one end and say the Druids of the Great Dale. In the Great East, at the Dunwood and the Forest of Lethier, a land cursed with a lot of demonic ruins and and dark places. The druids there are glum, usually keep to themselves, and are usually very unfriendly to anyone. When the Emerald Enclave approached them and spoke to them, they were given information about things of great elemental power, because in this region, that's really how the druids deal with things. Raw primordial energy used to wreak havoc upon those who would go against them. Sure, the forest will be broken some, but nature will recover, as long as the things that would corrupt it are gone. Looking at sources of great primordial power that would be strong enough to rival or perhaps threaten the Galactic sovereignty. Her druids, you know what I mean, the Emerald Enclave, would find that there is one thing in the elemental chaos that has a lot of primal power. That is something called the Pandemonium Stone. It is a pillar of stone, very much like that of Shifu, the Aboleth pillar where their god sort of sleeps upon. Similar size, floating around the elemental chaos, and it appears to be a crux of that chaos, almost like a splinter of the plane made manifest. Around it are storms of all the elements, gone mad and mixed together in a never-ending maelstrom of constant roiling power. It seems impossible to control. It is raw chaos, so whatever it touches, whatever you try to do with it will be very destructive. But maybe sometimes that's what you want. There's different things that could be done with it. Of course, you could maybe call it to this plane for a little bit. That would certainly wreak a lot of terrible havoc. To some audacious druids suggesting that, what if you imagined it as a javelin, and just threw it at them and see what happens, right? Or maybe just have a ritual set up so you can channel these elemental storms and call upon those in some capacity. All those could work, different levels of power required, but we're epic tier. Really, there's very few things that are impossible, as it turns out. You can destroy the things that are. How would you gain this power? Well, you would go to it first and foremost, find it in the elemental chaos, and claim it. It is known amongst the druids that currently it used to be available to them, but it was taken from them by a clan of Slad, which are sort of toad creatures of well, they're sort of slightly eldritch and slightly terrible, but they're bad, at least. It's being controlled by a clan of Slad that actually live upon it, using its feeding off of its chaotic sort of destruction energy. So, find it, kill them, or banish them from it, take control of it, make an establishment on it, and then begin using the rituals, channeling its power in whatever capacity sort of can be figured out, would be the progression of using the Pandemonium Stone. Of course, there's 4 suggestions. This was one of them. So, in Rashomon, the land of spirits. Here, of course, how do you deal with these things? Well, you use spirits. Spirits are great. They protect the land, but on the other hand, there used to be spirits all over the world. Primordial spirits. Creatures, manifestations of the forest, say. The thing is, they are actually kind of vulnerable and make great fuel for sorcerers and wizards. So in the grand scheme, Rashomon nowadays, it's almost more like the Rashomania protecting the spirits rather than the other way around. So that suggestion, of course, quickly fades. And then the choice comes, well, if the Rashomani people protect the spirits, how do they do that? And the answer is with arcane power. They use the Wicloran witches to protect their land from they and many others. And maybe there could be an arcane solution. Now, what do you do if you have something absolutely powerful and you need to find a way that nature could be channeled using arcane magic to get rid of it? Well, when looking into it, of course, it gets a bit theoretical, but there was a primordial whose power was getting rid of things, called entropy, the primordial of annihilation and the void. And as it turns out, well, some say that if you can find a piece of entropy and shape it using arcane power, you can create something called an annihilation sphere, or a sphere of annihilation. Using a strong mind, you can then move this black hole around, and whatever touches it is instantly consumed by it and disappears from existence. That sounds nice. Having something like that would be, very useful, especially for a psionic character who could move it around with their mind easily. Now, what's the problems here? Well, one problem is, of course, that it doesn't differentiate. If a dragon puts its claw in it, that claw is gone. And if a dragon puts its face in it, that face is gone. That doesn't really discriminate, which is dangerous, especially as it is known that whoever has the strongest mind around can control it. Now, the second problem would be, how do we obtain it? Well, that's a more difficult question. It's not something that you can easily do or produce. Fortunately, perhaps for the dragons, with a bit of questioning, there is a place that is holy to entropy, primordial, and that is the Maw of the God Swallower, a place that happens to be in Chesenta, an area where it's said that in the center of it, a crater, there is a piece of void, and that anything that goes in that crater doesn't come out. So maybe starting there, using the alliance with Malignith, would be a way to find a way to get some of it, and then to control it enough to shape it into an annihilation sphere. That sounds like a scary thing to control. In Sosal, the land to the far north, it is run by a druid circle called the Circle of the Frozen Sun. And they like a lot of ice, and they like a lot of like hot springs and sources of geothermal heat, rather than the sun, because the sun doesn't give them much light. Of course, they also like primordial spirits and that sort of thing, but again, not really super. Their suggestions to anything that would have to do with water is, well, what if you just froze it? You just took the Aboleths and then put them in ice, right? Freeze the sea around them, and then they can't swim, and they're just kind of stuck, and you can cut them out in big blocks and drop them in a hole or something. I mean, it sort of solves a lot of the problems involved in them if they're just stuck in ice. Now, how do you freeze an ocean? The question is then, well, a good question. You'd have to find something with the power of a primordial. Is there a primordial of ice? There is. And it just so happens that the primordial of cold, winter, and ice has been imprisoned currently in a ring called the Ring of Winter. This ring is an artifact that allows you to control the power of a true sort of divine level primordial, potentially with the power to freeze all of Faerun into a big clump of ice. What problems are with this thing? Well, the Ring of Winter is known to be an intelligent artifact with the mind of an evil primordial wishing to freeze the world into a clump of ice. This means that, anyone who wears it will have constant thoughts of freezing the world into a clump of ice, which can be unfortunate if it's given to someone weak who cannot resist those thoughts. The other problem is to find it. It's got to be out there somewhere. Someone has it. And is doing something with it. So figuring out where it is going to be somewhat of an issue. I mean, it's an artifact level thing, and it has a tendency to take people's minds and make them freeze stuff, so probably can't be too difficult to find. Then after that, you'd have to get it from whoever has it. And lastly, you'd have to use it, or maybe even transform it. I mean, who knows? Maybe the primordial would like to get freed from its icy prison. Maybe it can be liberated and asked to help fight the that was the favor for freeing a primordial from its item prison. He probably would be very happy with unleashing the cold upon them. Or you could try to wear it and have its power for yourself. Whatever problems come with that. Lastly, there is Chult, land of Uptau the Primordial, the one primordial who went against the gods during the primordial god war in the distant past. Nowadays, though, word is that Uptau hasn't really been around for a long time. The Lord of Labyrinth and dinosaurs is absent, And in his place are a new pantheon of many small gods, primal spirits. Really, it's the druids believe. Uh, they are strange things, but they do have power given to them, presumably by Ubtao. That said, spirits again, not really the power level needed here. So what else is going on in Chult? Well, a lot of curses, as it turns out. The land is not doing well. Undead things crawl about, as do all sorts of other horrors. The land has recently been, much of it, swallowed by the sea, including a part, as it turns out, that could have been very helpful. Because you've worked with poison before, and you've worked with diseases before. Things that dry out slime and such from aboleths. Well, what if we turned that up to a new level? Once you remember, from the Copper Mountains south, a dragon came, Riamanthir, who was afflicted by a burning fever that would cook the dragon's insides if he did not cool down. This was an artificial, constructed sickness. Now, what if we did something like that for aboleths? Give them all permanent migraines or something. That's terrible. Well, there's a place in Chult, or used to be at least, that could do just that. Because the greatest temple in the world to Elona, the Lady of Sickness and Disease and Plagues, was near Chult. In an island now, or out the coast of an island called Hasur, down there, lies an underwater city. It used to be a great city, but it got sort of covered in sea, where this temple is. Going there and researching and trying to dig down and find it might yield results that could be used to create a plague that would affect aboleths, and ideally only aboleths. Now, how could that be done? Well, there would have to be first get to the temple and sort of find access to the vaults down there. Then probably a sacrifice of some sort to Telona, and then of course deploying a sickness of the Lady of Plague is never safe. They have a tendency to spread, and generally only the followers of Telona are the ones who get to survive it. So it's sort of, a bit of biological warfare there. It's not safe, though that seems to be apparent with any source of power of this level and capacity. There's probably going to be consequences. Yeah. But those would be the four suggestions. The Pandemonium Stone and the power of the endless chaotic storms. Perhaps the primordial power of entropy, annihilation, and void. Perhaps the Ring of Winter, the primordial power of endless cold to freeze the world. Perhaps the divine power of sickness, disease, and death. Curse them and make them fear having it unleashed upon them.
It's a lot.
I feel suitably armed with things to ponder over. That's going to be it for me for the rest of this year, unless interrupted. Ari, you're up. I got some thinking to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I just like to dragons burn up from the inside. It's like, what if we could give Apple his migraines? And I'm like, I mean, yes, I desperately want to find. It's just like, hey, they've been giving us migraines and shit, How do you battle big brains and gross fish bodies? Like, maybe their brains can burn up slowly. That seems. Not sure it's as palatable to support the Queen of Plague, but
Well, they certainly wouldn't want it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Sorry, just I was like, ooh. Yeah. There's not really a lot to it. I think I'll ask the Dragon Fane maybe for some weapons.
Well, sure. Those will be made available. Though it is clear that the Dragon Fane itself too is sending taken this chance basically as soon as they hear that the sovereignty has withdrawn a bit to send weapons. They've been sending them south along the trade route to Termish to sort of bypass the Apoleonic sovereignty. They've been sending a lot of weapons towards Chesenta.
Oh, okay.
But you can
Any
definitely.
way I can get my hands on some of them.
Oh yeah, like Malignant has given them the order that if the dragons here ask for help, help should be provided.
Yeah.
So you can get a 1 might from that.
I'm just gonna remove 1 minus and let that be it.
Have that improvement. Yeah.
Yes.
But they're gearing up for something big in Jacinta. Now that they have taken over Fresco, seems like things are going to go wild there.
All right. Attacking is might and treasure, right?
Yep. You want to
Okay.
straight up attack? That's it. Yeah.
Well, I've been thinking about this since Grimace cleverly reminded me to think about it before today, and then asked me about it so that I would write down some notes, So, incredible, really. It's good teamwork there. I've been thinking about it, and hey, credit where credit is due. I need that. But I've been thinking about it, and I think I want to start by having a meeting with both the Cormyreans and the Adventurers Guild.
All right.
I mean, not at the same time. Either, is fine.
Not at the same time. All right. Well. Yeah. It's easier to get one with the Cormyreans because the Adventurers is an anarchistic faction of interested.
How does
parties.
one meet with the guildmaster of the Adventurers?
Yeah.
Who is the
You
guildmaster?
ask, and then they figure out who. They're
That's my first attack strategy. Oh, that's sneaky warfare. Just like,
it's really
who's
about
the leader? Then they start stabbing each other. Like,
the Adventurers Guild works like it's really about whoever is available today. That's what the adventure die is there. You can imagine that's like how many adventurers of important
okay.
level can be around this year, or if
I
they were
feel
playing a
like-
West Marches style game, how many players are there in their group today? And 7 is the answer right now. There's plenty of them. But their opinions are usually chaotic and varied.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm hearing only arguments against them. So, really,
They fit well in the
I'll
city.
take those arguments.
So you want to meet with the Cormyreans? Sure. There is a group of Purple Dragon Knights and a couple of War Mages. It's not like a war faction, but it has power, right? They have a compound. There's enough of them to have a compound, and
Yeah.
probably close to where the old Thayan one was. It's a good place for a compound. Though that one, of course, was leveled completely, so a different stone building close to the edge, the walled edge of the city, rather than close to the water.
Yeah, I was gonna say far away from the water, huh?
Yeah, it just seems
Fucking
smart,
welcome.
when you're going to pick a place. Yeah. They're watching up trouble and whatnot. They have been trying to help various merchants and try to give some law and order in the city. Yeah, but it's not a large force. It's a token. The Cicatrix and the Mark could overrun them with sheer numbers without too much difficulty. But of course, it's more what they represent. Right?
Well, the Cicatrix has learned through much endeavor that sometimes talking can solve a lot of problems. And, she might not like it talking, but, and she sure enjoys killing, but, I mean, she doesn't enjoy, she doesn't enjoy killing weaklings. No, I mean, she still does, but it takes awful long time, Like, there's a lot of them. And I don't need to punch Cormier in the face and get something back on that clock.
Yeah.
Got enough shit to deal with.
Yeah. Well, you can easily have a meeting. There's a
Yeah.
couple of them, probably like lieutenant or whatever rank they would call themselves. I'm not sick of the chaos. Is it in dragon form that's being showed up, or is it with other
No,
people? Or
I think it's the drow form.
all right, just it
She'll
fits
have
better.
like a couple. Yeah, I mean it fits better, but it also just like it doesn't feel right to just go in, kick in the door, and be like "fuck you" when I want to talk with them.
Yeah.
I feel like appearing as a black dragon, even if they know, like just showing myself in a human form shows some kind of like
Yeah. Though it's clear that
courtesy.
I mean, it's still an intimidating sight because all of them are weirdly acid-scarred, sort of thug-looking murder people. It's sort of it's not
Hey,
a
the lieutenants are less like. I mean, okay, they look like cold-hearted bitches, and
killers and pirates.
well, the pirates are a little more chaotic. They're not front rank, but yes, I mean, definitely a lot of battle scars.
More like mobsters. Then is that what we're looking at there?
I mean, I think her like she has like sort of bodyguards. They're more like sort of strict. They're like their job is right. They're not just like thugs.
Yeah.
They're like disciplined soldiers whose job it is to do this one thing, and whatever else their job is to kill who points at her weirdly, or as she points at weirdly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So sort of very stiff, I imagine,
They're
in
there
like
to
that
intimidate.
like yeah, and they're just right. It's the like stiffness of like they're just ready, like they're sprung up, ready to fucking
Yeah.
go. Yeah. You're not gonna bring too many because, as you say, they don't like. She can't put like, oh, here's like some fake hair, like it'll make you look
Well,
normal.
and
No,
honestly, she probably wouldn't need them, right? Like
no.
Dragon Knights and War Mages are tough. They're strong Paragon tier people.
You know what?
But
That would be a power move. She's not gonna bring anyone.
yeah,
Fuck it.
because she
Going
doesn't
in.
need to really. She's a.
I'm strolling.
You remember, probably good more so, but when Cindermoon arrived, the feeling of someone
God.
who is epic power and a step beyond you, who doesn't really feel concerned by your normally intimidating presence.
No, yeah, I feel chills just remembering that.
That's how I imagine Resicatrix entering this compound is like. You
Yeah.
just killed the impossible. And here they are with their
Sounds
wands
so
and
good.
plate armor. Long swords. It's, it's still a Chimerian force, but it's not. Yeah. If she wanted to leave, she could rampage her way out of here without trouble. They would have a hard time just landing it below.
I think like the thing is that even like I mean obviously super paranoid crazy bitch. Right now she's on a high, but also at the same time it's like even if worst comes to worst, she knows that she can nope out and teleport to Emmy, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the thing, right? It's like when she went to
Clutches the
fucking
ring.
right? She knew that she could be like, see ya bitches. It's good. It makes for a bit confidence. Like the crazy paranoia is a little less. Yeah, she'll stroll in.
Yeah.
I think she might have like a slightly amused smile at like.
It's an
the
arranged
people's
meeting.
looks.
You'll meet in the courtyard. It's evening, as to not, not hurt your drow eyes. They will serve some wine and a meal of food if interested. Their knight commander will sit down. He's serious person, older knight. Somewhat of a, we can imagine him mostly bald, slight bit of beard. He's
Me
clearly
too.
been,
Well, no
been,
beard.
he's clearly
but-
been here for a long time. His whole life has been dealing with these dragon attacks from Severius, illicit folk hordes and such from the swamps. That's really been his lifetime of that. So he's a veteran of fighting those things. Though to a Cicatrix, it might still seem like he's young.
I think-
for someone who's an old human.
Like yeah, exactly. Any human is just like baby. Like 100 years go by so fast.
As he'll sit down. He is having his armor and such, but he's not, a sword and whatnot. But he's not dressed to like fight.
Yeah.
Sit down. So I hope you're comfortable. He's a little curt. It's clear that he doesn't have a high opinion of the secretary, but he's being polite.
I think that's just like, again, it's like almost a teasing smile, right? You know, it's just like, oh yes, quite.
Venison from the Cormantha Forest.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they're serving venison.
Oh, okay. I thought that was his name. I was like,
No.
venison? Really? That's a bit
No,
on
no,
the
no, no, no.
nose.
That's not his name. You don't care
Is
about
it
his name.
venison to the murder dragon?
No, he's serving it. It's finely cut, nice Comerian style. It would be considered a good meal. Like food from Cormier is generally robust.
Yeah.
It's a forest kingdom. That's yeah. They're not serving the finest wine there, probably because they don't keep much fine wine here. But it's some Westgate drink, enough that it's probably what they would do for a formal meeting when they want to impress. Like what I want to say is they've taken the airs of doing things as a
Courteous.
polite, meeting.
Yeah.
They're not snobbing or anything. They're taking the
Right.
secretaries very seriously.
Right.
People drink a little, like about to eat. Not starting with the actual reason for you being here yet.
Right.
Giving you a chance to eat a little bit and see if maybe checking if you are eager to get to it.
I think she'll indulge it again. You know, she's in a weirdly good mood for the murder dragon. And I don't think she has venison often. Really, I mean,
Oh, probably not.
the cicatrix, unlike the green dragon, I think doesn't take like much pleasure in particular food. It's like the thing where it's like I need sustenance to support myself, you know. But at the eel fort, there's just convenient eel, right? You know, it's right there. It's
Seafood
easy.
is convenient. That's the thing when you're a type of dragon that usually lives in muddy swamps. Probably tasty food is not something that.
Yeah, no, it's not. Doesn't matter.
Where Cicatrix only gets joy from killing. Obviously food wouldn't appeal to her in that kind of way.
Exploiting the.
He holds
Yeah,
out
it's not the
Like
eating, it's the
revenge.
killing. Like, that's what it is. Like,
Yeah.
she doesn't care about eating it at the thing.
offers you some cranberry jelly to put on there.
Yeah, I think she has like a weird, like the jelly. Like what the? In her mind, she's like, oh, these people have to fill their lives with something meaningful, you know.
Or people who do not see the point in murdering everything.
Well, because they don't have any goals, so you know.
As you're just sitting there eating, and finishes his plate and sees that she has eaten what she seems to want to. He'll lean back a little bit, looking at Cicatrix. Before averting his eyes, he doesn't like the look of the drow. It makes him uncomfortable to be this close. So he averts his eyes a little bit, but giving her a chance to speak first, otherwise it's likely that he will.
Right. So you might wonder why I have requested a meeting.
There are many reasons I could see that would make you do so, but I wonder which one it is. Our dealings with the Dragons of the South have been more favorable than those of the North. Referring probably to their dealings with Velignith, which have been cold
Yeah.
instead of standoffish, but at least Velignith hasn't burned a lot of Cormerian towns recently.
Yeah.
Compared to Severius.
I think she nods like, ah, yes, Velignith, if I'm not mistaken.
Or it is he has traveled a decent while away. That lets that hang in the air.
She doesn't deny nor confirm.
He was hoping for it. I see them.
Yeah, I know.
Takes another drink.
I know.
So, why
Well-
have you called?
I intent to take control of Westgate.
As I understand, that is easier said than done. This city does not like any hand.
Oh no, it does not. Yet, I imagine that even I can bring better order than the current anarchy of the adventurers trying to. I would prefer if I could come to a friendly agreement with them, of course, as with you.
And speak somewhat for the king in these matters, though. Any binding agreement I would have to consult with.
Of course.
I still lean forward. I'll be plain. We would rather see city held by the current guild, though it is chaotic, because they're not pirates. They're not grisly murderers who would kill the innocent for their pleasure. However, we are in no great position to choose. And I would have to make a good argument why Comerian lives should be spilled over this city, much as it is important for us that it does not fall into decrepit corruption. The reason we're here, Comer's interests are elsewhere. However, with that said, an agreement would be favorable. Particularly because this place has one thing that we do not want it to have, and that is constant piracy. The Lake of Dragons, the road to Marsemba, is the most traveled trade route in the Sea of Fallen Stars, and Westgate has typically taken a terrible toll of the trade ships and forced us to construct fleets and spend many lives on fighting these
Cicatrix thinks back. Yes, I remember.
to patrol the waters. An agreement with a ruler of Westgate which suggested that we do not involve ourselves in the city's politics internally, and that ships heading to and from Cormyr are exempt from any raiding or privateering. I could probably convince His Majesty. Something like that. It is clear this man is not necessarily lawful good. He might be more of a lawful neutral type. And maybe that's why he's been sent here.
No, pragmatic, yeah.
The king's current mood seems to be pragmatic these years, compared to in the many past years where Cormyr has been sort of a righteous state of complete good. We're now a little more committed to just getting this thing done, because honestly, it's been a rough century.
I doubt that I can wrangle the entire city of Westgate to not target your ships, but I think some arrangement can be made. After all, there are many others that...
Oh, I have no doubt that you would be capable of wrangling this city, and probably more. My assessment of your capabilities are, so far, Texas. To be fair, I do not know where your limits are in the upper end. Only that this city's politics should be easy for you to take. You control most things here already. I would need a guarantee. And I would need a guarantee supported by the wealth of yourself or this city, that any ship that is raided by pirates would be paid for by Westgate. That should also incentivize anyone to maybe not attack, as they would, I assume, have your vengeance upon them should they cost you the cost of a ship.
I think she looks at him, and there's a like, assessment. I think she leans forward a little bit, like puts an elbow on the table. She's like, well, that is a very big favor for you not telling your king, who is busy dealing with a horde of black dragons and shard followers, to come here too.
He looks. We could not promise non-interference if we then later have to come here to hunt down pirates, which, should things return to how they used to be, will happen. Besides, there are many Sembian ships these days carrying treasures and the like. Surely your people could
I think there's like a predatory grin, right? That
satisfy
almost
themselves upon those.
This looks like, maybe slightly odd on like the stern drow face, right? It's sort of like the dragon shining through just a little bit, that like predatory grin. And it's like, oh yes, I am aware of the Sembian ships.
Now, I understand
Well,
that's a big ask. However, I need to. You know that many Cormyrean claims lie upon the Dragon Coast region, and although we for a time have withdrawn, this would be a treaty kept in the library of the king. Signed, His Majesty would follow it, even, say, a generation into the future.
Vesigovich tries to remember how old the king is, and then tries to remember how old these humans get, and it's like, like a generation. How long is that again? Like 30 years, 40 years? Like,
Well, they being lawful, it seems like they would keep it up unless
right.
pirates broke it.
Well, pirates broke it, and they were not compensated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the specifics of how much compensation such would be, we will leave to. I'm sure you have people who can talk to my people.
I'm
Yeah.
sure Vesigovich has like pirate
Numbers
treasurers,
people,
but right? It's like humans are so like, who fucking knows? I mean, my recent like thing with Cormier is like, you fucking stay your lane, I stay in mine. Like, I don't like. I hope you kill all the black dragons up there, but maybe a few spares for my dragon curse. But
Right. It's been so long since she's cared about Cormyr.
I don't care about Cormier. Everyone keeps saying I do. It's like, no, go fucking do your thing. I don't care. Fight this
She
shadow
says
for me,
having
will you?
completely obliterated their fleet a few decades
Yeah.
back.
Storm
Never
over
cared. No.
storms and
Well, again,
claiming the title of Black Dread. It's the whole thing.
yes. Well, yeah. I think Mysticatrix will nod after a little time. I suggest a trial period from both sides to see if it is a workable solution.
Why wouldn't that be workable? He's suspicious. Thinking perhaps Vercigetrix just wants peace for a little bit, and then she'll come for Cormier, because, he just needs to gather her stuff, and then...
Oh, right. I think... Oh, I was thinking like 10 years, 15 years.
Most likely. And then renegotiation, perhaps?
Yes.
Which would be
Also,
workable. It
as you
comes down a little
said,
bit. It's not like half a year or something, you know,
no,
which would be
no,
a human
no.
trial period. 10 years is a long
Yeah,
time.
exactly. No, it's a dragon child period. Don't worry, I got shit to do for the next, many years.
So do they, really.
Yeah.
And he is also
Yeah.
considering, clearly this wouldn't bind them forever. And who knows, maybe in the future they could come back, you know? There's some claims
Yeah.
here. If things were different, you've got a radiant host that's got to do something.
Yeah. Well, Vesegatrix feel exactly the same.
Yeah.
10 years, and then we can see how much we both benefited and see, if things change. Like, for per se, what if Zambia stops sending ships here? She doesn't say that, but that's what she's thinking.
No, it's for us. Of course, we would your casual request that you try to keep the tyranny and bloodshed of just stops himself and shakes his head. We will accept refugees. We would request that you not prevent them from leaving, should they decide.
I think she just shrugs. Of course not. I think she looks to him there's a sort of study, right? It's like, what kind of fucking people does he think this city holds? It's not, oh, there's a farmer here. No, these are generally shitty fucking people. You don't
Yeah.
stay in Westgate,
Well, I mean, there's the bad and the desperate who become bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a rough place.
Right? It's like, oh, if people mistreating each other, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna punch back if someone punches me in the throat. Yeah. It's well, I will have you know that I recently have gone through great efforts to protect this city against the Apollethic sovereignty, and
He vaguely nods, though he did not know that was the name they went by.
yeah,
They're really not, they're much less informed.
and I don't want to see that work being spilled.
You know, it's quite clear that Cormier maybe is more okay with this than they usually would be, because having you here dealing with that is good for them.
Yeah, and I think Vestigatrix knows that, right? I think she is do you still face a lot of trouble with the black dragons up there? She waves a hand.
Less than we did. But yes, they are problematic. I will not lie to you. They kill people every day. I would like to see them all gone. Problem with dragons is they live in the swamp. No access point. He said, as I'm sure you're aware of. Your kin have caused us no end of trouble. If you were so inclined, there would be gold to be earned by hunting them down.
I have considered it, though again, currently I am busy.
He leans forward a little bit, hearing that. Because one thing we do have is gold. Besides, I understand they have some hoards with centuries of stolen wealth within those swampy layers.
Oh yes, I'm sure.
There's also a certain item that looks interesting. Now that we're speaking of it, the crown would offer great favor for the return of. Called the Orb of Storms. It allowed Severus to control the skies around where he attacks us. Having it returned to Cormelian control would earn great royal favor. which of course comes at great monetary value.
Yes.
It seems that this turn of conversation has piqued his interest. Like, this is something he did not expect. But the Black Dragons have got to be friends, right? But
Oh no, he doesn't know a lot about black dragons.
he really doesn't know. He has not spoken to them. They mostly come at night and kill stuff. But they, so if you were looking for a source of income,
Well, as I said, currently I am at war. We might have slayed the impossible, but there is more where it comes from. I cannot upend myself separate from my faction right now, but I am not fond of my kin up north. Their leader, Severus, is a tyrant. The only reason the others follows him is because he is stronger.
a murderer of great age.
I think it's like a voluntary, involuntary, like, yes. I'm the murderer. Yeah. Well, yes. I presume he is also the one with your. There's like a pause. Or.
Like nods. Kept with him at most times.
Not in his horde.
No. We believe at least he has some way to wield its power. He uses it whenever he goes any place. It has made it very difficult for anyone to approach him in the air.
Well, again, currently, I sadly am busy, but if this works out favorably for both of us, I think deals can be made. He is under the impression that, and please let it keep being that way, that I am some sort of emissary here on this coast for him. I have no warm feelings, though. And if something could be worked out, perhaps a meeting could be arranged. A little accident could happen while there. Maybe somehow the Cormyreans would know. Who knows? For now, I want this city under control so that I can prepare it for the next attack, and the one after that, and the one after that, from the Abolithic sovereignty, which I suspect it will be a quite while before they leave, if they do. But, well, keep it in mind.
Nuts. Then I suppose our meeting here is finished. I will correspond the homeland, and we will work something out. 10 or 15 years.
Yes. Good.
Truce. Nothing else. Yeah. That is workable for them. And I think it'll basically come down to that. So I say 10 years of declared peace.
Yeah.
Between Cormyr and Westgate.
It's like, stay the fuck in your lane, peace. Like, we're both busy. Can we just not this? And then,
Yeah. They will return home, and you can.
Great.
It's gonna take a while, right? So maybe I should leave them here for a bit. Negotiation back and forth, figuring how much exactly is a ship
Right.
worth. The pirates are like, we could sell it for
The
I don't know,
intention
20
is
gold.
there.
But it's going on, and generally, yeah, it's a workable deal. If you don't raid them, if you make sure that Westgate doesn't bother them, honestly, if they could have that forever, they might just agree to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, making deals with dragons, if you can manage it, not bad, because they live a lot longer than everyone else.
Someone
Never
once
gotta
said
deal
never
with a
to.
dragon.
Yeah.
The thing is whether it's trust.
Somewhere
worthy.
Shadowrunner shudders.
Well, now that's kind of exhausted where Secretary. She doesn't really want to talk to adventurers in the Adventurer Guild, right? Like, it's all knitted up. She can just boot them out, right? You've conveyed before how much she does not enjoy conversation.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, she's not gonna go today.
No, I mean,
Sure.
like in general,
But,
like
yeah.
what does she think she can gain by talking to the Adventurers Guild that she can't just gain by killing them?
Well, see, that's exactly it. I think she. I mean, she has used the adventurers as an asset, right? And though, she is perfectly ready to murder, it's like her, Amy checks on her ring, it's like ready to murder. Is one of the things there, right? State of mind, ready to murder. But she also finds that they can be usable. They're incredibly expendable, which is an asset in itself. She would prefer if they were in the city, not in lead, but as a sort of mercenaries guild. She
So she
doesn't.
thinks she can reason with them then.
I mean, she hopes. If not, I mean, they're all gonna die, which they were gonna do anyway if she didn't try.
Alright.
But I think she. I mean, basically, she wants them to. She wants to use them for her own advantage, and she's not a necromancer yet, so they sadly have to be alive for that. I mean, some of them have to be alive, even if she can't wrangle like enough that the faction is okay with her. Maybe there'll be some stragglers, right? Like that she can then wrangle in later, like. And I mean, adventurers are working a lot for gold. She certainly employs people like that.
Basically, what you're saying is you would like not to be an enemy of the adventurers in the region. To still have them available to draw upon.
Yes!
But you also want to
Of
take all the
course.
stuff that they
I mean, all the stuff. No, I want the city.
have.
Right, and what you're offering them is
That's the question, right? What valuable thing do they get in return for it?
Their lives.
That doesn't usually work well with adventurers.
Yeah.
like, how long have you been playing role playing games here?
Yeah, then I'm gonna be the end boss here. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's something she ponders for a while, right? Like, because again, as you said, they're not one mass.
I mean, I can.
Like,
Here's how I will treat them. Right? Because they're adventurous, they're constantly moving, and it's impossible to keep track of. I will just roll up some, like a character, quickly, and then that'll be who you meet with, and they'll talk based on their generated personality. So they might be incredibly nice and cool with everything, and they might be
Right.
incredibly unreasonable. And
but the thing is also, do they have I mean, maybe this is something that the Cicatrix tries and gets some information on, right? Maybe I should do an information roll instead to start with.
How
Otherwise,
does one learn about amorphous balls of adventures? Like, you can't
basically
treat them
just
like a
send someone
company.
in there like,
what do
I'm
you
an
want to know about
adventurer.
them?
No, I think she just wants like even if she makes a deal with someone, like, does it carry over? Like, because she's not gonna, as Seymour said, she's not gonna go to their talk if they're just gonna be like, oh yes, that's fine, and that's one dude, and then she has to go around asking everyone, right?
Well,
That
it's the
doesn't
same
work.
problem the Cormyrean Lord had with you, and well, really want to try to stress that, and the same thing that you tried to present. You can't police every single pirate ship coming out of Westgate. The Adventurers Guild can't police every single adventurer. So think about how well your policing is going to do with those pirates, with how well the Adventurers Guild will do for their adventures in Westgate.
No, I mean, I don't. It's Westgate.
Yeah.
But you're not talking to every adventurer. You're talking to the Adventurers Guild, a group of adventurers that have joined together, formed a guild, and the membership is expensive, and of course, they being adventurers probably suppress anyone who's not a member of the guild. And then you can't go adventuring or something. You know, you can imagine what would happen if adventurers made a guild of it. So you can certainly negotiate with them, but they like having their power. They won it by fighting for it. Called upon you even to use it. You know, to take the city, which they did. They claimed it. It would have been lost without them.
Well, I
The
did not.
Abeloths, you know.
Uh-huh.
So they are pretty happy about their current situation, which of course is a problem. Now attacking them, I can tell you, they just use the adventurer die as the difficulty you'd have to overcome. So you can overcome it. They're pretty strong right now at a 7. And they would, of course, not like that. They don't react as a group, though. Like, they couldn't counterattack or something, because,
Right.
you know, once you kick them out, it means that they aren't here. There's some other people going around doing other things. But you would certainly have made an enemy of the adventurers. Now, to get the city from them, and I'm trying to think here, of like, what could you offer them that they would take rather than trying to run this city, right? That's somewhat of a difficult prospect. How do you
Yeah, I agree.
convince them to not do it? What's more valuable than running? Probably running some other place that's better than Westgate.
I don't know anything about that.
Magic items.
Magic items could
wealth.
work. Yes, great wealth, huge amounts of wealth.
Well, I would, if I had some. Not in fact exactly
Spend it
sitting on
all
a lot of money.
Aboleth poison.
Hmm?
Spend it all on Aboleth
Yeah,
poison.
exactly. I
Oh,
did.
oh, yeah, that's right. And I forgot you don't keep your magic items. You sell them all.
Yeah, I do.
Doesn't even have a hoard.
Something like
I
that.
fund
Like,
my money. my
I guess think of it like if you were gonna give Severi as a gift. That's the sort of thing that could move the minds of the adventurers.
I don't have another Orb of Storms.
One of those would definitely, they would go for that.
Yeah.
You know,
They could fall into infighting. Who becomes the guild master? Thus gets the
Lord
Orb of Storm.
you know. So that's the kind of thing. It's something significant. So that is a nebulous term. I think we can know it when we see it, basically.
Oh. Well, that's not very useful.
So,
How do I
you'd have
how
to
do I
find something
find some
significant, find a large amount of money, or somehow do something. I might let you also, because you have a faction and stuff, just buy them out in a way. Basically just pay them all to do what you want them to anyway. That would be a continuous thing, so that probably would be a permanent decrease of treasure, as you would just dedicate some of your funding to keep paying some of these guys to live their happy lives and look the other way, right? That's the easy
Now-
but costly way to do it. That certainly is, not easy to
They
regain.
aren't instated in power yet. Like, they don't have the city guard
They don't
yet.
have the city guard. You don't have to
Yes.
fight the city guard. You have to overcome the difficulty
Another
of
way.
banishing them, and then, of course, the annoyance of being the enemy of adventure.
Or, what happens if I renegotiate with the nobles?
What do you mean?
Like, they're put in power by the nobles, right? Or like, oh yes,
it's
you
more
can...
that some of the nobles have died, and some adventurers have claimed their houses and now live there.
Oh.
Have married the person that they rescued, and now they are a duke of
Ugh.
some place.
a duke of some place?
You know.
That's exactly what he is.
Yeah, they have actual baronies and titles.
Ugh.
Like,
That they got. And so they don't really want to leave those because they like them. They've already designed the floor plans of their houses, and they've made a giant map for their DM to look at that has all sort of chandeliers and crashes, map tools, and everything. Adventurers. It's what they do.
yeah. That's why my suggestion to you was like talking to Cormir. I didn't say anything about trying to talk to adventurers. You kidding me?
Yeah. See, Area the player is like, man, just giving up one stat and I could fucking kick those
Just
guys
stop
out.
thinking about
But
it. Yeah. But it's expensive.
I don't think Vercicatrix would do
Right?
that.
Would just continuously pay for all these barons and stuff.
No.
Yeah. I mean, basically that would reflect like
No.
tax exemption status if they even paid that, or they can do whatever they
They're
want without
adventurers. They don't give
no-
shit for tax.
no guild dues ever. The
Yeah, but
law doesn't
imagine
work
that
for
they
them.
had like letters of marque, like privateering licenses from Vercicatrix to
Want.
have personal liberties. Yeah.
All these sort of things that adventurers would go for, right? All they got to give up is all the boring work they don't want to do anyway. Who cares about like managing the sewers? or
Yes,
something?
that's what Vercicatrix wanted. They don't get to have that.
So that basically, that's you could do that, or you could get some significant amount of money, or you could just try to kill them all. That's also fine. You know where they live.
As it turns out, the new Duke who has wed the recently rescued noble lady. Easy to find.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm taking up time. I am.
All right, it's a problem you have to deal with. One of the goals you're working on.
You could focus on the other problem, figuring out where to put your portal.
Wow, Gary. Wow. Where are you putting your anti-epileptic society board stones or whatever? Which of the things are you gonna go for? Are you gonna go for,
Lady, I still have time to contemplate this. You're the one on the spot right now.
I know. Yeah. God.
Now you could ask yourself, like, where could you find a significant amount of treasure or something, right? And probably you can look around and probably find a couple potential ones. Remember, Sevrius' hoard obviously would be
Yeah, I'm fucking busy
very
to deal with him.
significant.
That'd be some
Get
shit if you stole his treasure to pay off the adventure.
But get someone to steal. Oh my god! Fund someone to steal the Orb of Storms.
That isn't entirely dissimilar to to how the initial exchange came about with the Orb of Storms.
Yeah, though it's hard to do from Sevrius because
He's a bit tougher than the
Yeah.
the Captain's Council was.
Back then, anyway. Stealing it from them now would be hard too. It's taking it from the hand of Umberlee.
Hire adventurers to go steal the orb from Sevrius,
Well, here's the
and
thing.
then
Imagine if you used your intrigue to steal the orb and then use the adventurers. That means that they get to have it.
yes, and then Severus will come for them.
Oh,
Well, here's the other thing. Imagine hiring adventurers to steal an Orb of Storms. Would you trust the adventurers to give it to you? Maybe. Depends on the
No,
party,
they're not
right?
giving it to me.
well, they're keeping it,
you
but now you
know.
have Adventurers Guild and the Lords of Storms. And
Yeah.
then Severus
yeah.
comes down here, which you do want. Right?
Yeah.
So
Hmm?
you can play host to Severus. Yeah, I mean, it's that would be something. That's at least a place where there's tons of money and power. That could be.
Yeah. I'm not fucking giving that. That's our stash.
Yeah, I'm
Just
sure
share
there's
it with
a lot of money
Emmy.
there too.
And these motherfuckers ain't getting shit from that. No, not a coin.
But you know now what's on the table. I feel like that there's a couple of options here
Yeah.
that can be pursued. And the best, most meaningful choices are the ones where neither option seems like just the best one. There's complications to.
Yeah. So if I kick them out, will I lose access to the adventure die?
Justifiably, yeah, for a while.
What's a while? Like how many years?
Adventurers are fickle, man. You'd have
Yeah.
to wait for the next generation, right?
It would be a couple of years depending on how things go.
Turnover.
And depending on
you
what
know?
you're doing, right? There's some adventurers who would be like, okay, fair enough. Right, terrible.
Right. Yeah.
It depends. I think with the adventurers, I can afford to be arbitrary sometimes. in my justification of how they act. So slightly random, but yes, they would thoroughly dislike you and probably help whoever goes against you.
Like, imagine if the Harpers came back here.
The cheapest option. Well, if you succeed anyway. The difficulty of 7 to kick them out. So it could certainly fail, which
Well, how many times do I have to beat 7?
once.
Oh, really?
They're not a company.
Yeah, they don't have like an army. They're just like a bunch of dudes doing their thing.
I feel like it's just like a show of power, and then it's like,
Well, once you take their houses from them, they de facto don't have the city anymore.
Right.
If they get to next year, though, they get to have the city guard, which does have a faction. They will basically function as an asset for the city guard.
right? Yeah, no, that's not gonna work out. Yeah, I think Resigatrix really tries. Again, like the thing with Cormyr, that worked out really well. I mean, Velignif hated Cormyr, but Velignif is very far away, and he's been busy for a while with not dealing with Cormyr. And like, so yeah, I mean, get them off my back. I was like, yeah, you want to keep fighting my enemy up north? Yeah, keep fucking doing that. I'm okay with it. But like, the more she thinks about it, the more angry she just gets at the adventurers. It's like, these goddamn young Summers, adventurers, coming here asking for a bunch of treasure. When they're only here because I was busy fighting, protecting the city against the giant threat that came here, and I think we're just gonna try and chase them out. I don't think she can. Once she gets a headache of like trying to fucking wrangle this like I am, I think she just snaps. She's like, no, fuck this.
And I can tell you who she's been meeting with. Sir Leech, Draki Leech, in fact, an adventurer who is known for being incredibly heavily armored at all times, even when sleeping. So just
he's
like a tin can character.
Yeah, he's a lich.
Plate mail, tower shield, completely cooked in. No visible weapon, just armor everywhere. Maybe like one of those adventurers who had 2 shields for some reason. Shield bashing their way through life. Happens to be very friendly as well. Just always polite and nice, but also incredibly intolerant of anything and anyone who's not like them. So, yeah.
Yeah, that checks.
Makes sense that you sort of. Yeah. All right. Well, let's see how it goes, though. I mean, if you fail a couple times and run out of stats, then that's sort of the worst option.
Yeah. I
So
agree.
in a straight up attack here, you would have 7 dice, 8 if you use Vesicatrix as well. Which it sounds like Vesicatrix is going to take a personal.
Yes, I think
hunting down,
so.
The various people. Taking a flimsy reason for why it's done, they've insulted us, they've stolen from us, something. Who even cares anymore? Why even have an excuse? It's Westgate.
Yeah.
I take it because I want it and I'm powerful.
That's right.
All right. Well, that does it.
Fuck
Double
you.
10. Decrease one of your stats temporarily, and the poor Adventurers Guild is kicked out to Redensea. The dream of
I'm
getting the
coming for
city
that.
guard is,
Don't you fucking worry.
as they they're out of there. Westgate once more is no longer infiltrated by adventurers. It's just without rule. It's back to anarchy. Anyone can do whatever they want.
No, I'm putting myself up there.
Yeah, we'll put.
Yes, he'll be my lieutenant of
The mouth
Westgate.
of Vesicatrix.
I am the mouth of Vesicatrix.
There we
Yeah.
go. Where Cicatrix doesn't enjoy eating, so the Beholder will do it for her.
Yes, she brings him like, oh, we have a diplomatic meeting. Sorry, I'm bringing my
Yeah.
service beholder. He likes to eat, and I don't enjoy it.
Behold, the Bitchatrix and her mouth.
See, Grimace, the main thing I told you, and I'm gonna tell everyone now. I want to dedicate this city to Umberly because it'll tie nicely. I've been working with the Enclave, and most people don't know that we have and a connection, forced connection there, and find some reason to keep working together. And I was like, maybe some people, while the Cicatrix isn't there, will start calling her the name that you made up, which is the Bitchatrix. Unofficial name, I was like,
Certainly, the adventurers are now.
the Bitchatrix. You know what? I'm happy with it. It's
Maybe that's
name.
your title that you put in like your character label, not like Slayer of the
Bitchatrix.
Impossible. Yeah,
The Bitchatrix.
never to her face.
No.
I think she would just like stare oddly for a bit, like, how fucking dare you? Like what do you think is going to happen? Like, almost dumbfounded, it's like, oh, you go up and kick the dragon, and you're like,
That's what adventurers do, though. They take refuge in audacity. They just do something so bold that you just are flabbergasted. You're responsible for them having taken control of Westgate, and then also having control of Reddit's here too. This is your fault.
wow.
I mean, if you think about it, if they kept everything they had gotten, they would have a substantial kingdom at this point of various things. Thunderhome they have Azam down the south, see there. So they've been around. Yeah.
A loose confederation of city-states. They apply for the Lord's Alliance.
As bad as their chaotic thing is to have against you, as good as this for that, it's like, oh, go somewhere else.
They're a power in the realms, to some degree.
Yes.
Reigning in. I takes him.
Now they're going to go find a Sphere of Annihilation and use it against you.
The black hole.
Well, hopefully I have better will than a bunch of Paragon tier adventurers. Not guaranteed. I can't fly fast.
Yeah, but
yeah, sweet. I did it.
You did it. Yeah.
So would it be the same difficulty to kick them out of Redseer?
It would.
Is it worth it this year?
There's a slightly rebuilt fort there. It has palisade in some places instead of stone wall and whatnot, but it's a fortification. They like it there. They've been going on adventures south, fighting the kobolds in this region here, the Mud Hill kobolds. Just the hills are very muddy. There's a lot of kobolds there. They've been raiding them. They've been gaining some levels, Fight a bandit king that tried to sit in Ashroot. Illicit folk there helping him. It's Would have done a single where I read that were terrorizing Redwater. Adventurous stuff.
I wonder if I should throw them out completely or allow them to reside there. It just is annoying that it's on my way to Westgate, Yeah. I mean, I look at that for a while, and I was like, "That is a temporary position." That
you kind of want
there.
to make your realm cohesive, like the Adventure Enclave.
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna try. Why not? It's a new year soon. New year, new faction. It is tough to beat 7 though. That's not.
It is.
I mean, you saw how I progressed my clock down here. I never failed a roll, but I used adventures 3 times out of the 4.
They have some solutions for this dragon now.
They do. Good work, adventurers. I'm proud of you all.
You're gonna get the elements of chaos.
Man, these adventures are really useful, emissary things, and then like switch camera and Vesicatrex is just like decapitating them.
Suddenly a massive pandemonium storm crashes into the lair.
Like, who do you serve?
What are you
Myself.
I mean, that's 100% an adventure thing. What if we?
What if we just took this massive, powerful thing and then used it against the black dragon that took my, I am Sir something something. I lost my home and noble title where a dragon took it over. My cool backstory.
All right, Arian, make your roll then.
Oof. No.
Fail.
Oh, all right. No, your people go against them, but they're fought back. As it turns out, fighting adventurers in like a narrow hallway really allows them to have a lot of benefit.
Yeah.
They're
makes sense.
refortified position. Like you're skullduggers and like assassins and like thugs just like come in and the adventurers just slice and cut them down.
Them, their powers, their healing searches, and being able to recover quickly.
And that gives you another -1 to your stats then.
Yeah.
Is she gonna try again?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it?
Well, it's not a question. You've already committed, haven't you? I mean, you can't let this fester now for like a new year. You've already taken 2 actions against them. Don't you have to see it done?
Yes. Yes. Yeah,
You might have an essence to refuse it.
No, I do not have essence to refuse that.
All right.
I stated it recently. I don't got enough essence to refuse everything here. It's got to be your like
I mean,
and fight
it's
like
dangerous.
an army.
Because Winter could roll around, the Abelethic Sovereignty could wake the fuck back up. They might not let the new year roll through.
Yeah. Well, said it.
Alright.
Is that the magic word?
All right, we'll take it, and then I guess punch your face against the adventurers.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna immediately see. This is why I don't have a lot of essence because I don't immediately spend it.
Yeah, but that would be it. Like, I agree, Grimmeth, I will take that, and I will immediately spend it. And
Yeah.
so the cycle continues.
So, yes,
Nice though, right? Like dragon gets to be like, I really care about this. I'll really apply myself.
God, no.
And I will still not succeed.
I had no doubles.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So if people go there, maybe they're demoralized, maybe they're tired. They've been fighting a lot of things this year.
Yeah.
There's been aboleths, so now they're out here trudging to this old fort that they don't really care about to fight some people that they don't really,
You think you've got them, and then like a horn of blasting sounds and like rubble falls on like the thugs.
Yes.
I had to use my potions of resistance. The weapons.
Gondor calls for aid, and then like all the other adventurers go, "Oh, we will answer!" Like, "Oh, fuck!"
Charges back and
all
forth.
all the Westgate people go, "Oh my god!"
Darkhold, where are you? I need you to fight.
Oh god, that'd be embarrassing.
Yeah. No. Well, I feel like I have to go at least one more time
You do
since
have
I was
to.
compelled.
You're compelled to
Yeah.
continue. You must be done. This has to be done. No argument there.
5 dice. Oof.
You don't get to stop. Right?
I'll get shit. Yikes. That's the one thing, like, don't meet a 7, but, like, don't get any doubles. That's rough. Yikes. Alright, well.
The power leveling down there.
Could have waited. Shit, you're just feeding them XP, right?
Slave mode. The boss never shows up themselves. They always send lieutenants in place. They killed it.
I mean, don't these count as wins for the adventurers, really?
I don't think so. That would be great, though. Right?
Wow.
I mean, you are power leveling.
If they manage to survive here, I'll give them 1.
Oh, there you go.
Because that would mean defeating the dragon's compulsion, right? Because it wasn't strong enough to beat the adventurers.
Oh shit.
Alright, it's time to look at my assets. Maybe we need to call some fucking goblins up here.
Just like they're looking towards the northeast, and then like a keen-eyed like ranger like rushes back to the fort.
No
like,
orc horn.
No, it's goblins.
Yeah.
Legions of goblins are coming from the south. And like the head of the guild beneath
And
the
what?
armor is like, what?
They
Yeah,
look to
that's
their
what we're
DM and
doing.
they're like, could you just say rocks fall on us? What is this? This is kind of bullshit. So many enemies showing up. Just why? Oh, well, yeah, you took a dukedom.
Yes,
not
I
happy with
get it.
Yeah, you get the goblins.
Get the goblins.
What stat are you taxing to increase your might?
Territory.
Makes sense.
I mean, I'm draining. Yeah.
Yep.
Shit. The one stats.
New generations of goblins have been brought up. Blind everybody else out of the river. Put him in some catapults and fling him across.
The mildly confused Mystic Burr. This is not the truth, right? It is! You don't understand!
He must die. I didn't kill it. That means I couldn't.
It's a matter of pride
Yes,
now,
and
I slew the High Priestess of Bane. I can kill adventurers.
God.
These builds are bullshit. Completely overpowered
Looks
min-max characters.
to the Apoletic Society. Yeah. How sure are we they would be dormant for a while? And what is a while?
You could do
I'm
a,
0% sure. The only
do a
reason
gather
I know
information check if you want.
Hmm?
You could do a gathering information espionage.
Yeah, that I have resources for that right now.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you're
Uh,
compelled, right? So you got to see it done, whatever it takes.
I'm not gonna, I don't have to completely expend it. I feel like we're starting to be the threshold where it's like, oh, right, I'm,
Hmm.
starting to be bloodied over here. Like, I don't know that gonna keep punch. But we got
It's just 2 7s, right? And
God.
like if you just
Well-
rolled 3 there and 2 8s, so
Yes, because I had a lot of dice.
well,
Oh, we're getting more goblins.
the adventurers look. There's more.
Yeah.
Twice as many. DM takes a shovel and just pours minis on the table.
All right. This is as much as we can. After this, we must rest. Come on. Yes.
All right. The hosts of goblins. We'll manage to throw them out of. Let me see here. As they curse their DM for giving them bullshit encounters, they will.
Yes, already used all their daily powers. And now there's just like 100 goblins just dropped on them.
You don't
It's just
even
You've
have a
had too many
controller.
milestones.
DM's just like taking handful of goblin miles, just piling them on top of each other.
They say, "Can I see that encounter?" I feel like this is way over our level at this point.
It's like, yes, it is. You're right. Shouldn't have punched the dragon. Well, done as the dragon. Shouldn't have taken orders from a dragon. Really is.
Could have made a deal with one. Turns out, don't trust it. It says you
Yeah.
get noble titles for helping. Don't trust it.
I did not say that.
Cormir looks at this recent evidence.
You know that cost the
Hey.
dragon a lot, right there. Maybe we could take the city for. They're indeed gonna just go home. You know what?
See, those guys didn't see anything. If you ask them.
All right. Well, the adventurers almost did it. Almost did it.
Oh,
Yes. Okay. Well, now Vestigatrix is sleeping on, so something happens. That's Amy checks in. It's exhausted. She was like, "Oh God."
Which, really, she was polymorphed for a while.
Yes, it's true. Wait, I was thinking actually, like, can they change their human shape, or is it like one particular?
Nah, you have one particular one.
Okay, yeah.
the dragon.
It's like Isa made like a bitchin' like sketch of a cicatrix, but with hair, and I was like, God damn it! It's like my version is bald.
Well, you just put on a wig, duh.
Yeah. The
You
cicatrix
cast
was here to
you
do
cast
that.
disguise self on your polymorph 4.
Yeah.
It's
And
easy.
it's just the hair. That's the only change.
That's
No
it.
one would recognize me when I'm not bald. It's like the thing where you like put on a pair of glasses, no one sees you. Yeah, that's how it
Yeah.
works. Hide in the obvious. No, yeah, you know.
Congratulations on seeing it done,
Yeah. Well done.
and then spending the point immediately.
Yeah, I needed that. I mean, it didn't get much good. I'm gonna be honest here. I had some shit rolls, but
So you're still at 2 points. Is that what you're at for Draconic Esoteric?
yes.
Okay.
You don't have to sound so excited.
Well, no. Like I have compelled you quite a few times, and
Yeah. Well,
that point just immediately gets shuttled into the roll.
It's it's an easy thing to compel.
You know,
Just commit overcommit to everything.
I wasn't
Yeah.
going to, but she
Yeah.
I
She
was
leaned into
dragging
that
my
pretty
feet.
hard.
It's it's fair.
All right. Well, in Missouri, have you had time to consider? Is there anything you want to do with anything, or are we flipping
not this year. No.
Right. Yes. So who else does have something? South things are fine. Slash fine. We don't really have things to worry about elsewhere. And yes, for it's just you will sign a deal. I know probably probably doesn't care too much about what a piece of paper says, but Cormyrians do.
She's gonna have a copy. You better fucking believe.
Sure, yeah, that's handled.
It's gonna be on
It's
some
just the
material that
bureaucracy
is
of
not
in it.
paper, though.
Well,
Cuneiform tablet.
We opened the desk, and it's just like knives, and she like puts one piece of paper in there and puts it again. Yeah.
The Abbot of the Gobbete and the waters around Westgate, the many waters that have been sort of bulging strangely, recede, almost as if a a person has touched a hot stove. They have touched, and now the finger is pulled back reflectively. What you've done this year have hurt them in a way that they felt.
Let's see. Maybe it's time to reconsider, bitches.
Certainly, they are withdrawn. And even from the Goldwyn report, that the scouts and such have withdrawn, and that the pillar has moved further out into sea, receded from land for a bit.
I hear Waterdeep is nice this time of year.
They have nothing to do with water. Never winter. As they will, they're shocked basically. Right? Their alien minds are blown that something like this could happen. That's not something that happens often, nor is it something they're accustomed to. So, you do indeed not have to worry about them. They are not looking. They're not looking at you. If they were, maybe they would see that you were weak and such. But their eyes.
Oh my God! You called him Duke Gethra.
Yeah.
I can die happy now.
The mouth of Westgate.
Steward of Westgate, yes.
Westgate beats no king.
Yeah.
Tomatoes.
It has a queen, and she's more dark and beautiful.
Right.
Sorry, all the Lord of the Rings references on
yes.
here.
Cormier continues to sort of just huddle up this year, and around winter this year, you don't really know much about what goes on in Cormier, but there's been some sort of unrest going on for a while. And give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Arcana, I do believe my mod is
You're
7.
like an arcane ritual cast.
I am. I spent 2 feet on that shit. That's expensive. Ugh.
All right. With that, you do an easy difficulty, not a medium or hard. I'll tell you, you can something happens in court of arcane significance. You're not sure what it is, but it's something major. Like one day, basically, or night even, Cicatrix finds her eyes drawn as if she can hear, like someone plucking a string on a violin, very, very far away. Most people don't notice it because it is.
Well,
it
I'm
is
epic
faint.
and cool.
Yeah, basically, you get to do things that other people would find impossible. But something
Yes.
of similarly epic proportions happened there, and gives probably an eerie feeling of wishing you could know more.
Yes, I agree.
Something happened in Corbin. Something about the arcane.
Yeah. So that sounds like a next year scouting mission.
Maybe.
It's the paranoid dragon for you. Like,
Well, more like, hey hags, tell me. Give me the news.
You
they
could
just like
ask them,
look at
certainly,
each other
yeah.
nervously.
Do you have to call hags something like is that for them is that like a bad word?
They usually go by mother and then their name,
Okay, yeah, I mean that's good to know.
or a coven.
What if they're
together.
not mothers?
No, they always go by that.
Okay, they're all mothers.
Yes.
I mean, hey, that's fair.
Some of them, like individuals, might do differently, but there's sort of a general rule.
Now here's the next. Has Vercingetorix ever bothered to learn the names of the other 2 hags?
No.
There we go. Mother, what's your face?
I think just mother.
Yeah, I'll just go and say coven. Tell me.
Mother Coven and Mother Witch. Yeah, I mean, hey. But yeah, that's a next year problem. Right now, 66 resting, trying to rest, you know, taking deep breaths.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, you're like, oh, they're not gonna bother you. She doesn't know that.
She doesn't.
She's looking out there. You better fucking
Beyond
believe.
that, Faye is still
Cradling a barrel of aboleth poison.
Faye is still reeling from the invasion attempt and still dealing with the feedback from that over in Aklarond. So they're busy, you know. Tremish is discussing an alliance with Relikmith and Shasenta to make more dragon alliances over there. So they're busy with that. And beyond that, the Dragon Coast, there is just a bit of quiet. That's okay sometimes. And so we can indeed pass the year.
Breathes out.
I don't know what your problem was.
Yeah.
Most of my stuff went unspent.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't try to use my widespread loose affiliation of druids and rangers as a perpetual cudgel. They gotta take it easy like me.
Yeah,
We
I
don't know
mean,
if you're ready to join the Emerald Enclave. Can you just not care a bit?
Yeah, I need you to relax.
Chill. Have some grass.
It's the Jedi thing. You need to
Some grass.
some grass. Now that'll make them fighty.
Wink.
It's like this thing is like, oh, you know.
Well, no, I know
We need to
what Madakai's
distance
talking about when
ourselves.
he says grass.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
there you go,
Wide-eyed.
Aaron.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, maybe some mushrooms. You know.
Blessing of Sylvanas upon you.
The leaf, the blessed leaf. Yeah, I get it.
Just imagine if Israel, Idrithir, and Zalaznar are the 2 like elders here. The Emerald Enclave just across from each
Ooh.
other.
Moradum. So early in this this next year, there is a call for adventurers, as it turns out, towards Chisenta and both Chisenta and Tymanther, the nation to the south of there. The call is weak over here. It's a great distance, right? But things are certainly picking up over there. It seems like the Dragonborn are noticing the sort of draconic alliance that's forming up north, and maybe now they need to nip that in the bud before they have some sort of dragon-ruled empire going on. So
I was gonna say, ironically, their worst fear is coming true.
the clerics of Bahamut are gonna gather together and go oust this dragon king.
But Bahamut is a dragon.
Yeah, but he helps them defeat big, evil, mean dragons. Because the good dragons generally don't bother them. Right? If you gotta kill all dragons, you gotta start with the big evil ones.
Does Bahamut know this plan?
Bahamut is flexible when it comes to fighting Tiamat.
I mean, he's using them the same way. I'll use them to defeat all the evil dragons, and then,
Okay.
But
What's the
it's true. I
adventure?
mean, look at Ganissar. Like, he's just fucking sitting there reading books.
Maybe the adventure die helps us decide how effective it was this year.
Wow.
No, no.
Yeah.
No one comes from this region and leaves
No.
for Tymanther.
More have arrived, in fact.
I was gonna say, I was considering taking the,
You happy you did
gamble
it
of,
now?
maybe next year for Redenseer, and then I was like, I just had, an eerie feeling. I was like, no, it's not gonna be lower.
I mean, it was more likely to be lower than higher, but
Yeah,
I get you.
it would be, I was like, no, that'd be too easy.
I love that result being so high that Zethazan
Yeah.
even sends word that, the call for adventurers heading to the Dragon Coast has been heard even here in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
People are going to Dragon Coast. Seems like something big's gonna happen there.
And
Wow.
these are Legion Theory only believes, wow, they're really caring about this whole far realm thing.
Yeah,
Probably just
wow.
entirely unaware of how deeply we're sick has
Enthusiasm,
offended them.
yeah.
Just doesn't get it.
They say Harper's are among them,
I bet.
aren't they always?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Renew policing seems like a thing. Sovereignty and might.
Mind sovereignty. Yep.
Indeed.
Yes. I think the Cicatrix will partake here. No, yeah. Again, it's like I'm like, maybe I want to go somewhere else, and it's like I'm not. Look at the fucking icon over there. I'm not gonna go in anywhere.
They live here now.
Yeah, no, yeah, but I'm like, oh, I want to go to Baldur's Gate and explore, and then I look at the giant fucking Sarnia.
Maybe you'll put your portal in Baldur's Gate.
No, I stay in the
Next
city.
goal. Take control and hold.
Yikes, double ones. No, that's a reroll.
It's the exact same thing that happened last.
Yeah,
It's all the
Yeah,
goblins.
it
They
is.
succeeded so well, and someone was like, let's put the goblins in charge.
fucking god. Yeah, they
Gob-
made the same. They faked out the same fucking sign. I'm like, what? Okay, well, y'all.
Well,
we
there's
need
no one
some
but us
better.
in the city. Why would we need to?
Double six.
Right, 6-6. We can do that.
Yeah.
It's almost as hard as beating the adventurers.
No, it's
Plus-
not. Not anymore.
Plus-
I've got 888 double 5 for my policing.
okay.
Not as
Okay.
good, not as strong as the 1010, but whichever we get.
8, 8, 5, 5. All right. Keeping watch over the forest, indeed.
Mhm.
I'm gonna leave this clock there for a little bit, just for us to remember that it exists. But I'm gonna delete the difficulty.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm just sitting there shaking my head like I'm gonna have to gather strength to fucking police the city. Shit.
Oh, well.
Gonna be quiet
As-
here.
All right. Well, New Year comes. It's winter. I mean, Zora Legion has had several solid months of just relaxing and thinking about life, and growing stronger and reflecting about how awesome she is. And one attacks the Enclave too hard. But now at the new year, she figures it's time to get back to work, maybe with something or another. Since Ari is so interested, I know perhaps a couple of viewers are. We'll run through our options. The option I like the least out of the four, the Sphere of Annihilation. It's something that's like, man, that's really cool. Why can't I have one of those? You think as a player character, and then you end up like again trying to use it in a situation where it could just backfire against you. I wouldn't want to try using that against an Aboleth. What are the Aboleth if they able to take control over the Sphere of Annihilation? It beats me.
Unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah. I know. No thanks. I don't want to like try to go into like a battle of like wits against an Aboleth. Pass. So then we have the one that I find the second least appetizing, and that's the Ring of Winter, and that's only because Imperial Illustrator's got some rough feelings about this whole like winter shit.
Yeah.
There was a lot of blowback with Tilraxos, especially after he vanished, and she just doesn't like want to tap back into that again. Besides, who knows where the hell a Ring of Winter is? Like, they could be anywhere on this
It's
continent.
like an adventure thing.
Yeah, it's an adventure. Like, trying to find an adventure? Like, oh, God. He could be here, though, for all I know.
For all we know, yeah.
Then we have the thing that would be the one that's more appetizing above that, and that would be the shard, the Pandemonium Stone, and the Elemental Chaos. That sounds great and neat and interesting, fighting Slod, and it sounds like it'd be really fun to just like hurl that for what she wanted to do, a weapon to strike and chip the obelisk so that they flee from this region. But, like, Elemental Chaos sounds so far away. Like, it's not even on this plane, it's that far away. I gotta go somewhere else and then fight some different people to, like, get this javelin? No, it's too much work. Which leaves us with this underwater sea, home to the greatest temple in the world, the Talona, near Chult, off the coast.
Oh.
It's closer than the Elemental Chaos. It's affiliated with Talona. Imi's early teacher does not fear poison. Disease, I mean, come on, she's a dragon. She's not gonna get sick like Rearmanthyr. She's not a weak silver dragon. She's a mighty green dragon.
As evident by her new property, yes.
Is evident by her 48 fortitude.
Pretty tough. Pretty tough.
Pretty tough. And with that in mind, that sounds really fascinating to her. She also, pursued that poison avenue to, like, dissolve, like, an Aboleth slime, and if that could be expanded like a larger thing, and, if the poison got out of control and impacted some urban areas negatively.
Yeah. What have plagues and such ever done for anyone?
Yeah. Like in the grand scheme of things like that compared to like the consequence of a Sphere of Annihilation or the hassle of trying to find an artifact and then either like wear it or destroy it or go to the Elemental Chaos, this one just sounds like the easiest. And I think that sounds like such a great idea. She's going to throw herself personally into wanting to pursue this. This sounds great and fun. It sounds like a delightful road trip. Now, Novacree is doubtlessly busy, still, like, he's probably hasn't even here. He's still, like, field testing who the hell he's become.
Yeah.
But I've got druids who can travel, and I've got a Bulette, and I've got a dream, damn it. She's leaving the Gulthandor region.
Oh.
Zalaznar's in charge.
So, yeah, this land, she thinks about going there and begins to look into it, maybe, talks about people. What's actually there? What can you tell me about this place?
Yeah.
It used to be a small city-state, even, ruled by people who valued and had a high propensity for psionic power and disliked arcane wizardry. They have a propensity to follow Talona And that's sort of how they have been dealing with all the strange jungle sicknesses that you get from living in the region that they generally live in. They spent their time fighting servants of Dendar the Night Serpent and the serpent people of the Yuan Ti in the region. Though, then the Spellbreak happened and their whole city-state sort of sank under the sea, leaving just the outskirts of it on an island of Hess. So, yeah. That's sort of the main thing, right? It actually does sound like a place that would be strangely fitting to Imizure, the pro-psionics, anti-arcana mindset.
That's great. Just like as soon as she starts asking about it, just like now it feels like what Valignant would say. It's like it's gut. It's the right choice. Yeah. Salisnar, Emerald Enclave, they've got this on hold. Imizure Legislature is going herself. Probably with some accompaniment of folks who might want to travel and be okay underwater.
Sure. As such, though, the temple is not considered to be currently inhabitable. It's not the priests of Telona usually don't swim a lot.
I get you.
Drowning is not a sickness that they can cure or deal with, because they do. By the way, Telona does sell cures to sicknesses. They make diseases, and then they very expensively sell you the cure. Which doesn't win them a lot of favors, but it does get them a lot of money.
I mean, you gotta respect that. So the Green Dragon's like, yeah, I mean, I would do it. Yeah.
So what is the problem here? What is the thing you overcome? Because I think we'll take it as basically like another skill challenge. The first part of doing this, right, which is get in and find some of the stuff that's left behind, because they did not expect the Spellplague to happen. Nobody pretty much did, which means that all the stuff that was in the temple is probably still there, unless someone has swum down to get it. That said, it's basically a dungeon full of constructs. They had a lot of golems and gargoyles and that sort of thing built to defend it. A lot of them with poison and disease attacks, which in Missouri is pretty well, basically they're not epic tier defenders. So I don't think just fighting it would be the problem here. Right? The problem is dealing with the environment, the underwater situation, the distance, actually going there and doing this. So how difficult is it, do we ask? Well, going there and investigating Chult was a 7 difficulty. I think that is probably similar. Her going herself and the combat and such will slow things down, and eventually she would be able to do it. Right? Being able to. The question you really hear is how long might it take? So I think a 7 difficulty is fair. So going in and extracting, for now we'll say nebulous notes, right, on probably stone tablets, religious items, various secrets of Telona that is sure to get their attention and that'll let her work on this approach.
Okay.
Yeah.
You still want it to be treasure plus sovereignty that I'm pursuing?
No, I don't. I think we're looking at influence. This is really more about reach, I think, than this money, right?
All right. And I'm looking at another 4-segment clock?
No, just 1 success. We'll do it.
Okay. All right. I will influence and sovereignty. I will use treasure and sovereignty to increase influence by a step. As I expend money in the reach to acquire the proper resources to make sure I know the way there to this forgotten place.
Like a guide.
As a matter of fact, I hear adventurers are pretty strong this time. The ranger. Treasure and sovereignty to
Dinosaur
increase
druid.
influence. Yeah, influence is increased.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Okay.
Plus.
Damn.
And that
Done
takes us up to 9 dice. And Mizora Legiothere is herself, so that will be 10 dice.
Oh,
Triple 10, double 4,
it's
double
done.
3.
Yeah.
Oh my
We
god.
could see like a montage of like imagery like
Disgusting.
underwater, probably like a bubble over her head or some way to breathe, right?
She has her sea shimmer
Oh
cloak.
yeah.
So
Ah,
that she actually has a normal swim speed and can breathe underwater.
Phantom rivulets of water stream. All right, so she swims around here, and it's like breaking open a big stone door. There's like broken stone golems and stuff around, you know, finding these like probably like a mummified corpse of a high priestess. Perfectly in the nature of these people. Probably still speaks to the damn thing. Withered and frail and wrapped in cloth. Has a conversation with it about, well, the idea of an anti-aquatic plague. Something that is very much in their interest, you know. Who knows what a sovereignty would pay for a potential cure at some point. Honestly, they're probably more into just killing all of them. That seems great. Yeah, that is the first step of this. You've done it masterfully too.
Right. And actually with a little bit of speed as well. I might not even be gone the full year.
No, not the full year. Certainly spring. It's a long trip to bring people, and just travel takes some time. Though for druids, they travel fast with the wilderness, especially. And I imagine she just sort of flies vaguely down this way, you know, across the Alamir Mountains and Elbazar. It's mostly uninhabited wilderness, so not like there's a lot of things bothering her. Eat like a wyvern or something on the way.
There we go. A nice field trip.
Yeah. So what's the next step? Is you know, I think we should hash out for this thing. The next step would probably be to get the actual people of Telona to come help with development, right? You have, and I like the idea of it's the high priestess basically that was there. Is it undead? Who knows, really? It's probably actually just dead, but able to talk in some sort of constructed manner. The next step here would be to bring them in. Like they are in Urkasar, they have a castle there. You've had talks with them before, Velmina here, down in the Trinity Castle. Might be the sort of person to approach, either with an offer of something or with some sort of. You could just ignore the church really and do a big sacrifice to Telona, to bless the divine power. And then the next step after that really is just sort of deciding what exactly we want this place to do. You have some experience in this already. Really in every regard.
Never thought like my prior prior background in this would come back out.
Oh.
How about that?
Yeah. Yeah. Good. For Cicatrix, what Cicatrix doing in the early part of the year?
Yeah. Calling for more goblins, I suppose.
All right.
Double 6 is not satisfactory when you're fighting the sovereignty.
Okay.
I don't think. Sorry, I just didn't want to interrupt.
Of course not.
I imagine it's
You're patrol more
it's
than
done
patrol more.
in the early year. Yes.
Double 6, double 5.
No, that's not the
Oh,
rule
no,
for
you're
that's resources. I'm allocating. Is that a word?
Allocating? Yeah.
Yeah.
You can say allocating. You're expending some resources to gain others.
Okay.
Wow, double 6.
Sometimes I
six.
say something. No, it's also.
Oh, you're
I'm still doing the
all right.
resource thing.
Sure, you'll tell us when. Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a. Are you taking 2 hits to territory there?
Yeah.
Okay.
A whole generation of goblins brought to.
Yeah. From Red and Seer, they now move on to Westgate
Yeah.
to help try to make sure that you keep control of this city for the rest of the year.
Army of 10,000. Overall challenge rating is like 5.
They only have 5 knives, but you know, the people who manage to keep the knives are really good at it. So
I have
That's
enough knives in my boudoir to outfit them, but I won't share them.
those are my knives. They're my desk knives.
And those are the desk knives.
Like 1,000. I need them all. You
You have
know,
like
they
wind chimes made out of knives, chandelier.
specific
Rattle.
purposes. 444. I mean, triples are good, I suppose.
That's the roll, yeah.
Yes,
That double 6 versus triple 4.
What do you
that doesn't
prefer?
feel better. No, I'm gonna have to do another one.
You
That's
like the
not gonna
double
work.
6 better? Yeah.
I like the double 6 better. Yes.
Then we'll keep it those, yeah.
Okay,
You are going to exhaust your faction just trying to do
I
this
fucking
year.
know. But at least you know if I
We just started this year and you're down 3 points.
yeah.
You don't just have an Emerald Enclave to think about. You got adventurers that might be knocking on your door.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, but they would also be facing the policing, though.
Yeah.
They might come after you. As foolhardy with a 10 there, who knows?
This means that they have 10 dice if they really take it or something.
You've
Yeah,
slain the
I
impossible,
suppose
but have you slain a party of 4 strikers?
Oh god. Yeah, well, we've had them before.
I suppose you're right. I should wait a little bit probably.
Alright. Well, I can tell you with that, you don't detect any aboleth actions.
Yeah. See, this is why I don't
So-
like it.
You could have gotten 10s and still not detected anything.
yeah.
Yeah. As over in Chicenta, sort of in spring, the actual war will begin to break out between. They call in some whatever people they can from Acheron. Really, that alliance is mostly on paper, as Acheron doesn't really have a lot of people to send. And then Termish sends a force to show that they're part of this, and that one of the dragons is sent over to fight for it. Beyond that, other dragons of Tiamat in Chicenta fighting. It's terrible terrain to actually fight in. That doesn't matter because the dragons are flying overhead anyway. This will prove to be a quite devastating war for both sides. But an important one for your dragons. Gotta keep these fanatics from going elsewhere and doing things. But that part of the world is sort of looking in that direction. And beyond that, there's also apparently from Akelaron, some of the Thayan rebels have been now, or like deserters, I should say, have been banished from Akelaron, and now they're down making trouble in Chicenta instead. The whole mess. Luckily not your mess. In other news this year, there will be a crashing, a loud crashing and breaking sound heard in the Giants Run Mountains. All over them, really, from the west here. When investigated, it will appear that a large earth mote has fallen from the sky across this big Landsmouth rift here, and crashed down into the Underdark, smashing everything below it, like a mountain collapsing down with a massive shudder. No one's really sure why that happened. They've certainly been stable enough for a long time. It was very loud, and maybe maybe someone did something there to make that happen. Yeah, the dust will settle. People have been a little bit spooked by the massive crash, but that's sort of about that that happens there.
Like someone down there pissed off the Death King.
I mean, who knows what it means, right? I mean, what that could be. Why that's important enough to note. Yeah. Beyond that, in the dragon phase, some of these dragons will begin to slowly wake up a little bit. Janissar will be not as weakened, and Kerix and Ardenath will begin to be able to do things slowly. That's nice for them. Luckily, they're not called to Chicenta, because they gotta watch over the dragon thing. That's their job. Over the northern mountains.
God, they wake up and find like a much older dragon there.
Yeah, well, that's not really in their plans, but yeah, the sovereignty, at least so far as you can detect, is still somewhat reeling. Right. Considering its next step, probably swaying between how nuclear to go, and somewhat trying to come to grasp with what happened. They as dragons exist in a time scale that is far beyond humans, and I feel like they're super hurried to do things. Because, they already lost a lot. When next they strike, they probably want to do it in a way where they ensure victory, and ideally with not many losses. Yeah. Cormyr will begin a draft. Word is that it's about time to go and bring this fight back, not just north, but also to Sembia. Recently, they have made more peace to the south and dealt somewhat with some of the dragon threats, at least the worst of the damage, leading them to believe that it's time to prepare. Not this year, but adventurers remain as strong as they are. They could do it in the coming couple of years. Sembia's economy has really dwindled. The nation's much poorer than it used to be, given the constant shadow. It's actually not great for growing or running anything. So it's a shadow of its former self, so to say. They still exist though because of all the Shard clerics and Netherese wizards that are. Yeah, that's sort of the initial news here. We'll get through spring. Missouri has done a thing. He's dived down. He's dug out information corpse, this high priestess. It was a trip, right? Or maybe even a little bit enjoyable change of scenery. It's still wilderness. It's still somewhat wild down there.
Yeah, based on how the one roll engine went and the area described and the history of it. Yeah, this was pretty fun.
Yeah.
Nice vacation. Went quick too. Everything was beautiful.
The locals here respect Melar and the ways of that, and have no love for aboleths or anything like that. Lots of sea monsters and such. Shoulder's not the worst place for her to hang out.
So, currently, I think the Green Dragon is going to ruminate on what she will think was going to be a suitable sacrifice for Talona.
Yeah.
There's powerful priests and priestesses out there of Talona that she could find, but those could be anywhere, right? Like, obviously, there's the one that we currently encounter in the Gulfview region. I can see her on the map, but it's not like if these early users paid attention to where she's gone. And so it's a matter of like, what would I offer to Loaded?
Mhm.
I've got some thoughts, but I need to make a decision. So I don't have anything for the moment.
All right, that's fine. Megatrix, your policing has picked up no real signs of dissidents. No real troublemakers. Of course, a couple of adventurers have done this or that, but nothing coherent or large or anything. So, strangely, no movement from the Aberlin Carpentry at all. Nothing detectable. Yeah. Yeah. Time to build a portal. Time to do a thing. To investigate something. Seems like you've earned yourself a little breathing room from that.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
All right.
Yeah, I was thinking about building the portal. I was looking for our maps, but I was looking to try and figure out exactly where to build it. I'm considering the Tomb of the Dragon, but obviously I need to pick a specific location there, if that is a possibility.
The tomb of Kisan
Keithon,
Rathizar?
yes.
Yeah, you can go there. I mean, there's a big central chamber down there.
Yes.
If you want to put it there, that's certainly a
Well,
viable
it can't
location.
be in the one that crashes.
No, ideally not.
They need to be behind that.
No, that's not a problem. Like you're best at that
Yeah.
place's defenses. You know how to deal with traps.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at the map to in my mind know
Oh.
precisely where I put it.
I think that map is not currently revealed to you, but
yeah,
there's
yeah, that was it.
a hidden chamber under the ground protected by necrotic pathways leading to a. I mean, the real problem is that a lot of these places don't have doors anymore. Those can be reinstalled.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think we can fucking put some stone
Build a door.
slabs in. Yeah.
So, the first one is the false tomb of Keithan Rathizar. Then you have the chamber of the spectral dragons, where there was bone golems and such. That has a spectral dragon that will attack you. And then you have something
The
that will have
actual
to be something
now
that will,
looted
well,
tomb.
something that will have to be removed is of course the teleport trap in the central room, because that will interfere with any portal teleportation stuff. That can be dispelled.
Wait, wasn't that in the corridors?
Yeah.
Oh, also there.
That's in the corridor, which would be annoying to constantly be thrown into the corridor stuff instead of stepping out of the gate.
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
there's the actual tomb, where you could easily enough fit it.
But would the anti-teleport still count for the tomb?
Yes, it's made so that if you try to teleport to the tomb, you instead get put in the lockdown hallway.
Oh, okay, yes.
So you can get rid of that. I don't think that's a huge problem.
Yeah, no, I mean.
Let's see what the clock says. Construct the portal. So what does it take to construct a portal? Well, you do have materials, difficult materials, so it's actually not a lot of difficulty. I think influence and treasure will be the role here for your faction to accomplish this. And I think we're looking at difficulty of 4. It just needs to get people that are competent and trustworthy enough to actually get the work done.
Right. I imagine actually that she does most of the work. Of course I need
People to put rocks
manual
on top of each other and
laborers.
whatnot,
But I think that she studied this. She was the one who went down to get most of the materials. This is something she can't leave to other people. Yeah, I think she's pretty
and participate. Yeah.
really vested. So you said influence and sovereignty?
No, treasure
Oh.
and influence.
Oh, sovereignty. Okay, yeah. And
Because
influence.
it's also about actually getting the Thay stone and stuff. You can get it, but yes,
I do it
thoroughly, very very thoroughly. I guess that's where the attention has been put. confiscated materials, whatever is necessary. Yeah. So what you're doing now is constructing the actual physical sort of Thayan gate, the doorway.
Yes.
The last step here will be to align it with a portal key to basically make it go someplace,
Which I have.
which you have. I can see we haven't filled it in here.
I think we. Oh, maybe we didn't do it because I didn't.
But you
Place the
figured you
portal.
figured out the portal key.
Yes.
That's the wrong one I filled out. Go. Yes, you have figured out. So let's just, you know what I think that means? I think you have access to it. I'm gonna ask you a question, and then you can do an Arcana check to decide the answer, because you
Okay.
know the portal key you're looking at, right?
Yes.
It's the one from Nathalak here.
Yes, I have it.
You do have it, and now you want to align that to whatever portal is in the ritual. That's
Right.
sort of the difficult part here. Now, there's a couple of portals in that plane, I can tell. So, you could do it. A medium difficulty Arcana check of your level will let you pick which one. Otherwise, I will pick.
Okay.
It's not going to be the best one.
No, I figured. Yes.
It's going to be one.
Oh, right. Let me just check my
As
stuff
you
here.
said, I have already sort of done.
Is this like taking the shape of a ritual, or
Um,
I have a thing that gives me +2 to any skills check made to be part of a ritual, but it's not.
it's not an actual ritual.
Okay, yeah. All right, let's go. Ugh. Yikes.
That would that misses the DC by 1.
Yeah.
So do you wanna commit to it, or are you gonna try to wait even longer? Hold on.
I don't think. No, she's not gonna commit it, cause like
But you could
She doesn't wanna,
you could
like-
go to the ritual plane right now.
no.
You
This
could.
needs to be fucking perfect. Like, I'll keep fucking rolling every year.
I have to spend a significant amount of time in the library to try to read.
Yeah. I mean, then that's. Oh god, I have to talk with Janister again.
Oh, and now he's beginning to not be so weak anymore.
Yes.
Nice
Right.
for you to come visiting.
Yes. Like, yes. Well, I'm sure that you are busy and have much to do. So please do that. She goes to find her books.
All right.
God, like he's someone who chats and reads at the same time. Ugh. No, yeah, she's.
I know. Time wasting is never the most satisfying, answer
No.
to a failed check, but it seems
No,
to be
that's-
the most fitting one. And time
yeah,
does pass,
she's
and things do
worked so
happen
much.
that are relevant. So Yeah.
All right. I think I know how I'm going to pursue this. This is going to have to take a place at a separately prepared location in the forest, because doing it at the Grand Temple Malar would just be unseemly. Just doesn't quite mesh up. And thinking about what Talona favors, she likes not just poisonous herbs and fungi, but also black lilies. She really enjoys grays and greens and ambers and jaspers. And among her favorite monsters are those those Otyugs, those fucking weird trash nomming aberrations
yeah,
that
poisonous
live underground.
things.
Yeah. So I think that's like the pursuit that the Green Dragon is going to like follow and actually expend the company into this. And since they have sovereignty for, we can roll this into a. This is following up on like the research that they very well know what's been reported to, resolve the Abolithic sovereignty, and they don't need to specifically know that it's going to be in a grand sacrifice to Talona, right? Some of them might figure that out later.
All right. Yeah, and we're gonna basically just the sacrifice here is basically how much power does Talona then return, right? So the result of the sacrifice will be the strength of the plane.
Okay, that makes sense.
If you wanna go for perfection, then you can aim for perfection. Basically assume it's like a policing. Or make like a thing down here and say, we'll call it plague power. And what is rolled here, what you're sort of happy with, is what we'll move forward with.
Okay, well, I'm going to self-compel. I use this for the Grand Temple Malar, no effort wasted. It's got to be the best.
Gotta be the best, okay. We're only going for 10 tens. Or a pair of tens, probably. Yeah. That makes sense.
Okay.
You've compelled it. She really cares about this sacrifice. Gathering.
Yeah, this has to be done so that they can just fuck off and leave her alone. Just go somewhere else on this damn planet.
Something
I agree.
so terrible and virulent that no being will ever be safe.
That's right. I know, right? There's no consequences for that at all for the rest. For the region. Don't worry about that.
I feel like the the implications of releasing a incredibly virulent poison and a plague, they sort of speak for themselves, right?
Yeah.
Again, none of these, I think I stated that too, none of these options are without their complications in use.
Oh, absolutely.
They all have potential downsides because they're so powerful, destructive. That's what makes them terrible.
Absolutely. These are epic, like, horrible, like, terraforming things. Not horrible, but they all should carry consequences.
Yeah. I would say none of them are good. Good people should not play with these.
Hey, the Ring of Winter, like, in the right hands.
Well, yeah. In the right hands, sure.
Yeah, in the right hands.
Sphere of Annihilation in the right hands.
No, can't say that. Sphere of Annihilation. It's so easy to go to someone else's hands.
I mean, if you hold it in your hands, you're already doomed, so...
That's right. And the Shard of Elemental Chaos, how could you even begin to control that, right? That's its thing. You can't.
Can't be controlled.
Yeah. But as we've covered, my dragon is, I explained, like, why the dragon is so passionate about this path, and, like, she's not bothered by poison. Like, what the hell, right?
Yeah.
And if it's a disease, she'll figure it out. She's not aberration, so it can't hurt her.
Yeah, surely not.
All right. What flavor of roll would you like me to attempt making for this? Like, what am I?
Yes. Well, what makes sense? Let's see. No, not really. You're not like fighting Talona. Treasure could very much make sense. Wealth, ability to acquire things that are important, right? It's also just something to sacrifice.
Yes.
That's good. Influence would be reach and information. So what kind of things does Talona like? Are there any specific things we could go for and find? That would also make sense. Territory, I could see it. I mean, that's like gathering stuff from the forest. Probably less likely that the druids would want to do that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like sacrificing the Gulfmere to Talona doesn't seem like that's their
No, that's not.
And sovereignty.
Some implications.
Sovereignty would be like doing things they don't want to do. To do it. I think I'm leaning towards treasure and influence. It makes the most sense.
All right, that makes perfect sense to me. Yeah. Okay, because our leader theory gets about spending her time devoting it to, this puzzle that she doesn't have to travel too far for. All right, I can do this. I can appease a god here. Like I'm doing the thing that she would want me to do anyway.
Gotta get some personal attention here.
Yeah, like. Because I want more attention from, like, more beings powerful than me. That's what I'm looking for in life. Yeah. I might need another out if I can't slay Nobanian or capture him, I should say. Let's see here. Treasure and influence. So let's go ahead and use territory and sovereignty to In a sense, I will be raising treasure by, seeing if I can find some of these worthwhile reagents within this region itself. 7 dice to see if I can increase treasure. I do not. There's nothing suitable, boss. Well, shit. All right.
You want what? Eyes of
Maybe
eyes
they
of
shouldn't have
Umberholtz?
done so much grass.
How do we even find those?
Stop grazing. That's how.
Okay.
Yeah, that cures disease.
I'm contemplating utilizing might to increase influence. We're gonna go ahead and put that to the side. I don't want to use the Emerald Enclave that way. So 3 dice for treasure, 4 for influence, 1 for Missouri Legion there being involved directly, and I'll expend the point I just got, Yowie Zowie, for an extra die, taking me to 9 dice on this.
He's doing the Bitchatrix maneuver.
Expending that point of Draconic Essence. Yeah, well, that leaves me with 6 points of Draconic Essence, Harry.
Payday to payday, right?
Well,
Okay. Shit. Yeah, that's gonna be it. 9 dice.
Good pool. Oh boy.
Okay.
So I said it worked
Wow.
like a leasing. Oh,
God fucking damn it. Shit. That's some poison, alright.
that would be the difficulty of resisting the disease
Oh,
when it is unleashed.
oh,
Well,
let's go.
uh,
Well, next
yeah,
time.
you know,
So let's envision for a moment. What is it that has been found? Right? What is it that can really gather Talona's attention? And it's probably mixture of a couple things. Talona favors things that are deadly and terrible, but also things that are beautiful in sort of a sinister, seductive. She shows herself as either the croned old or withered hag, but also as the innocent child asking for your help and reaching out a hand, but when you touch it, it transfers the terrible diseases. It's probably more the ability to corrupt beautiful things, maybe even some things. Recently, Emmy went on a quest to destroy a corrupted temple and church of Ilmata in Termish, and maybe there were some holy relics or something she recovered from there. Certainly, relics of Ilmata is something Talona would very
oh,
much
that's right.
enjoy
Those
to,
two are. I completely forgot about that
destroy.
shit.
I think that makes a lot of sense to me. That's the sort of thing that would give that 10, right?
Emissary's like, God, we couldn't find it. And then she looks around. The eye, stops, goes back.
This, I don't know, it's like a broken wheel of torture, that someone was tortured horribly on and then was saved by Ilmata. Oh, it makes everyone feel so sad when they look at it.
It's the kind of thing where you wouldn't think about it first because it's a broken wheel.
Yeah. Yeah, that is. I completely forgot about that that it was Ilmater specifically that that I was pursuing there in Termish.
It was a
That
temple
was
hospital
corrupt.
used to infect people.
And how much she despises him. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, no, she hates him. He alleviates suffering. What's the point then? People don't feel the sickness, then. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
That's world building right there, viewers. Look at that. Just tied it all up.
It's nicely done.
Yeah, and I mean this number here, basically, right? This 1010-99933 is something what that means, right? And I think Emissouri knows what that means too. Not in this specific number, but in what it'll do.
Horrifying, yes.
It is probably even what it turns into is the sacrifice is done by terrible and such, and Talona like I imagine like it's like a burning thing, like a giant pit, right? All this stuff is put there. It's like lit on fire and such. And in the smoke, you can see the withered figure of Talona walking amongst the burning things. That's a silhouetted by the fire and such, like picking through it, right? And then when it's all burned, what's left there is like a gourd or flask or something with like a pitch black liquid that seems to swallow all light that sees it. Just there, with just like a cork stopper or something in it. Slowly
Doesn't
swirling, and maybe even like when you have a lot of those crystal balls you touch and there's like electricity inside that goes through your fingers. That sort of effect as when you touch the bottle, this little blackness sort of swallows to lay against your touch, right? Eager to find something to infect. Incredibly virulent.
Harry, maybe I should have taken the spear. What do you think?
As you have it, and that's sort of
like,
the thing.
I
Right?
love the idea of like it's not even magically sealed; it's just a fucking cork.
Oh yeah, no, it
thing
would be so
that is
easy.
in between you, and like you pick it up, and you're like, am I going to fly home with this? I don't want to, but who the fuck else do I trust to do it?
You could easily just smash the bottle. It's just glass.
Yeah,
It would
Yeah.
break very easily. Maybe even a little bit of ceramic, but
I feel like you put it in a bigger, much safer jar.
but yeah, it is very.
Not opening the thing, but
It
just
is-
like putting it.
It is very very right. It's this level of terrible.
Shit.
You put this anywhere, it's gonna be bad. Particularly for aquatic creatures, because of course you have.
Well, I mean,
know.
specifically aboleths, right? Like,
yeah. But these things, I mean, it is. Look at all these successes.
Right. It would be like, okay, so I've got like my various insecticides outside
Yeah.
of my garage for when I might need them. I shouldn't take those though.
No, you
Those could
shouldn't,
also
like-
kill me.
Spray them in your face. They should. I mean, they're not gonna. It's just not gonna be good. And the thing about this disease is also they can develop themselves and evolve and do things.
So
Yeah.
there is throughout this process, obviously a clear like dedication to the task with the no effort waste, because she doesn't want to have to do this again. She wants her freedom and she wants
yeah.
these aboleths gone. And seeing like the visage of like Talona there is enough to curry like solemn quiet and respect from the green dragon, and all of that vanishing when the smoke clears and it's just the gourd down there, like with the cork and that, and she like taps it a few times with the claw. That's enough to like spend like the rest of like the day and night there. Probably like a few others there, like contemplating, like, wow, I'm awesome.
Look at what I've done.
Yeah.
I could ruin someone's day.
Yeah.
Anybody's day.
just gonna say,
There's probably the moment of like, imagine if I took this and I became the carrier of this. Truly, all aberrations would fear to cross me.
right? Take poison breath and then abolithic destroyer breath. Should be declared a whole new species, the anti-aboleth dragon.
But then the deep respect for Talona. I cannot assume that I can take this safely,
Yeah.
because her divine power could absolutely kick my ass too.
She doesn't care if you're resistant to poison or immune.
I don't think my normal immunities
The
get to
god.
apply when it's her portfolio.
Yeah, it's like what she does,
No. At the
Right.
moment, she's a lesser deity, but spoilers, guys. We're entering a time where that is up for grabs, where the rules of the world are beginning to no longer matter as much, and where at the end of all this, the gods that do a lot of things and have a lot of power and influence are maybe gonna be more the type of deity. Like she could become a greater deity, if she plays her cards right. And
Yeah.
wouldn't everyone love that to have like
I-
10 times as much plague in the world as there used to be?
Yeah, this could very well be something that could advance her cause. And I gotta say, this has never happened in the year and a half since we've introduced the one roll engine. I'm looking at this and saying to myself, I've rolled too well. I can't. This is
Well, she demanded perfection.
fuck.
She
She did this. I mean, the Green Dragon's like hell yeah, but Grimace like oh no.
You save that, and when Jaffo comes out, join me. Just boink. We just Molotov cocktail her with the death poison.
This is
Like,
1,000-year-old
yeah, bitch.
vampire here, where I've checked the skill and I'm like, man, God, why did I wish I didn't have to
The only
check
thing
that?
I've left. Yeah.
Oh no. So I take the poison, and I guess the next
Yeah,
phase
where do
is
you
to-
put it?
well, it's with the dragon and the dragon's heart. I mean, and she's gonna figure out how she's gonna propagate that. She like thinks to herself, remembering what she did with like Malar's drop of blood. You think I just like pour this in the sea of fallen stars? I go
Dump it
as
in there.
close to the
hope
obelisk
that-
as I can. Like,
Surely no one
just-
else drinks or does anything with it, right? Not like there's
Yeah.
civilizations down there or anything.
and it's a good thing that we just see what happens. I think that's what sometimes gonna be Smith's
You
thinking
know,
about.
the last step here would generally, when you have a nuclear button, right? Next step is letting someone know that you have it.
Yep.
And that you're willing to do it if they mess with you, right? Because
She doesn't-
once you break this bottle into the sea, I mean, you know what happens.
Yeah.
While most of these options are, you know, best to use by not having to. How you
Yeah.
communicate that to the abolithic sovereignty is the last bit of the.
Yeah.
the thing.
I think for that, she's gonna turn to Zalaznar. Zalaznar's been the one on like home patrol the most and like looking to like cure people from like the slime.
Mhm.
Imizur Leader is basically gonna go to him with like an I need help thing. Like I have like a solution to like remove the sovereignty from this region, but it would be so transformative. I would prefer if they just left. So you've kept like I'm not like fully role playing this. Like
Yeah.
if you've kept a better eye on like all of like the various druids who like we suspect have been influenced or affected by them in some way, so that the the Aboleths can like get information from us. What needs to get out is that we have something that could like ruin them so that they leave. And Zalaznar, of all the people here, does get to know exactly what this is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he doesn't like it.
Yeah, and so
He
like you
looks
guys
at
say, like,
it, you know, and then he would look to Imizure, like, and he's a tree. He's not incredibly expressive. He's been rewarded and become more of a tree since the beginning of this. He's done well, all things considered. You know, he mostly walks still, but prefers to take root somewhere, hang out, being a tree. Yeah, I think still we would get the look of like slightly wide-eyed concern from the tree looking at this, because if you just dropped it, right, if you just sort of threw that at him or put it sort of, oh whoops, I fumbled, you know, that would be as you say, transformative for life here. He's not a big fan of Talona. Talona loves to consider herself sort of a nature deity, but none of the other nature deities really think so. It's like, but Malar doesn't really prefer when his enemies become like, you shouldn't hunt something that's weakened and diseased and all broken. That doesn't actually make you better at anything. It sort of makes you sick and die. Myliki, very much anti not only Chantia as well, like fruitfulness, health, and living and sun and stuff. No. They don't like this. Really, when it comes to it, Talon has very few friends. Except for Shar, who's a big fan of this, because when you're sick, you're desperate, you're willing to do anything. Shar thrives on that desperation. You know, he would also prefer to summarize, that doesn't happen. Now his current mood and who he's become over the years, I think his plan to deal with this was, we will need to capture one. They can share memories. We bring one. It just seems like we capture a couple, and we feed one of them. Then we let the others go.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what?
a,
This fella
Give a
star's
nod.
improved.
He's like, yeah, he's just gonna go for the most brutal and efficient way.
God.
That's
I
just
enjoy him so much.
No
He's-
effort
Right?
wasted.
I'm not
he's
gonna
so
lie,
Like the one-
yes.
Gotta sort of, yes, we just gotta get it,
I do
Like-
too, man.
that is no effort wasted right there to see like if he's just like, why didn't I think of that? Like
Yeah,
just
like,
we capture Avalefs, we restrain them somehow, and then
somehow.
show off the poison to like, this is what could happen to all of you.
Then go home and share the memory.
Yep.
straightforward. You know.
Gotta capture some apple.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like, I have to capture some Avalefs and basically have to wrangle them myself because, well, Zalaznar can wrangle them too.
Just
Well, they
put
can
him in
do
the
possession
pond
tree.
up here.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Guess we're going out like. Guess. God.
Now, we could do that either as an attack against the sovereignty, or we could do it as a emissary chosen. And you have to actually capture them. How would she even?
I
pick
don't
them up
know.
and like carry them.
You have Aboleth poison, right? Like, I mean, that should go a long way for making them weaker.
No. You've pursued that. Like, she hasn't done shit with that. I haven't done anything with that Avalef stuff.
Cicatrix does.
Yeah, Berserkatrix does that. But I can't send my company to do it because what? Like,
Yeah, I mean, ideally, the easiest way that I can think of this would be to lure them in some, to deliver, to put something that they want, and then some of them will come and then fight and deal with those.
like
Make-
critical,
Make them
like,
unconscious.
like a weakness or like a critical opportunity they could use to actually learn about what happened to their astral kraken.
I mean, you know what that would be, though. That would be the signature, and that's something that they do want.
Now, if you do just call
So-
me, I'll give you Aboleth poison, and I don't have to do anything. Like,
Well, I mean, they're not going to leave the obelisk right now for poison. They're going to leave for the signature. In the exposed situation,
just with her belly out.
weak and alone,
Pussies.
flapping about in the sea, like, oh, I can't swim. Oh no, so weak. No, that'd be hard for them to resist. That's something
Oh.
that they definitely would want.
That's probably gonna take like these are an entire like season to ponder. It'll probably be fall before she takes action on that.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you know, Cicatrix might consider that she's willing certainly to indulge Emmy,
no.
but that is that is
No,
not a
if
great-
if any other factions have actions to take, or if like Aerie has something to do, like now's the time. Like the Green Dragon's gotta have a think about this because Gurma's gotta have to think about this.
Yeah, just here.
Larry, you don't just spend your time going to the library? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I was also looking at my gathering information maybe, but I think like like, oh, something happened in Cormia. I think she's too consumed by like the portal, so I think that's just what she's like.
All right. Yeah. I mean, again, time is a valuable resource. So
Yeah,
spending it
she's
is a
studying.
cost, even if it's not super interesting. Yeah. All right.
I think so.
Give me another roll then.
All right.
You can beat
my
it this
skill
time.
rolls haven't been
They haven't really, but
too hot
that's okay.
today.
Look at 50 of them. Oh yeah.
That's
You
better.
can figure it out where you were wrong, and you can basically remake the portal that was in Nephilim.
Oof.
You can reconnect it, set it up. It will go to whatever end portal you went through when you went through that one. Remember that legal thing?
Yes. Sweet.
Yeah. As it flickers, you can decide to open it when you
No.
wish.
Yeah, I was gonna say no, not now.
It can be opened by anyone who can open a portal.
Yes, well, now she's going to start, warding the chamber and all her usual paranoid shit. So the arcane stuff is just beginning, really. Because, she can't set up the anti-teleportation here, but she certainly will,
Virtual portal.
yeah.
Nice. You did it. You have a working portal.
Dude.
You can go back to whatever place is in.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, first things first, there's gonna be, all the like eye of alarm and all that bullshit down there.
Sure.
And that's gonna say like there's.
You have tried to get in there. Not a lot of people know about topaz dragons. I think I would say with the protections you would put down there yourself, it's not you don't got to worry about the security there.
Okay, good.
Unless whatever if you were, it would be heavily foreshadowed. Nothing's just gonna happen
cool.
and accidentally wander.
I said I don't want to. Oh, I'm just gonna randomly teleport. Whoop.
No. At worst, you're gonna be told something triggered the trap, probably.
Okay. Yeah. Sweet.
The bits that are left look like X.
Yeah. Have the like dragon bone people reformed, or have we completely?
You broke them, and there was no more dragon bones added to the mix, so they couldn't rebuild themselves. If you put a bunch of dragon bones in there, they might try to reassemble, but I think with how thoroughly you demolished them. With how thoroughly demolished them, there was not that bit.
I mean, once I acquire some dragon bones, I'll think about it.
They also wouldn't be friendly to you. You'd have to fight them again to go down there.
Yeah, or connect another portal sometime.
Right, to teleport to the teleportation room.
Yeah, no, I would not do that.
Then you got to defend the
probably. I was gonna say probably just gonna place some other guards there in time.
Yeah.
I
mean, secrecy is always a good thing. The night masks do well down there because they're immune to the necrotic sound traps, and they can not have to breathe in the underwater bits. So the tunnels were used by them for a long time.
Talk about people who are gonna have license to do stuff and not pay tax.
Yeah.
The people who have actually helped me. But yeah, I think she's nerding down there.
Yeah.
I think just like looking at it, right? Like she's come. She did it, right?
It's a Thayan portal.
She did it. Yeah. I mean, it is a hated object.
Does she turn it on just to see if it works?
No, not yet. She needs to. I think it's that thing. She needs to be like guiled, like a fully. I think it's also like knowing yourself well enough. It's like if I start this again, I'm going to have to finish it. So you can't turn it off.
I don't want to be compelled.
On because then she'll just jump in it, right?
Yeah.
That's basically what happened last time.
She jumped out of a different portal in a similar location.
Yeah. So I think she's gonna bid her time a little bit.
She's been on the other side. Knows what's there. She's been on the other side. She knows what's there.
Yeah, a giant Baelor. A Bane, whatever. Baelor, right?
There were things there.
Yeah, it was Baelor. Remember him dealing like 40 damage or something, and I was like, no! No! I am leaving. Yeah. Oh, she's there. Talking with Duke Getra about the national dish of Westgate, what's going to be.
I mean, yeah, if you're talking, he's eating.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's got a magic table. Yeah, it's great. My question to everyone, because I don't know. dukes, do they have like a crown or something? Like,
Typically not. No.
I mean, but I don't see why, a beholder couldn't have a crown.
well, I still need to make the one with the pirate hat, but now I'm like, should it just be a crown?
headband of intellect. You suddenly become
No.
super astute.
Well, he's
perhaps
smart. He just
perhaps
doesn't want to.
mini pirate hats and crowns on the various eye stars.
Oh.
Each
Mm.
ice dog has a little thing.
Accessories and adornments.
Oh, okay.
To
Yeah,
unlock more
yeah.
skins for the campaign.
That's right. Yeah.
I just imagine all the tentacles with like giant diamond rings on them, like a fucking pimp, just like. "Roar."
Why settle for one?
The
You
8
could have
signet rings
Yeah,
of the 8
makes sense.
families of Westgate.
Yeah, he represents everyone. If they don't want to, with all the people he has eaten, technically he's part of a lot of like, he's at least been part. They have been part of him for a little bit, certainly.
The sort of a job. It did say that it would come. They would expect him to wear many hats.
Yeah. Yeah. Given he's like, well, that makes sense. That's probably what he thought. He was like, yeah, I mean, sure, I'll fucking, as long as it doesn't stop him from eating,
Yeah.
Yeah, and he uses his mouth for that, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's opportunities there. I'll have to. Yeah. I even got the photo now. I'm ready.
So what's the next step? Build a port.
I did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's getting to autumn.
I'm good.
What else? What else got to happen this year?
I don't know, Grimmeth.
It'll be the autumn equinox. It'll be like Elaine, like the 21st of Elaine. 265 days into the year. Missouri Allegiance will like pick up like the sending stone probably for like the 34th time. And like look at it and like sigh and like start calling out like regular like interval messages, probably like once every like few minutes, like see like whether Wiscigatrix is there and like get the Black Dragon's attention.
I think he's probably recently finished the portal. Is sort of coming back. Has come back from the library. Finished the portal.
Right.
Knows it works. Has been just like I guess nervously doing small rituals to make the site even more secure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Seems
So
likely.
she wouldn't get the message right away.
But eventually.
But eventually, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, once she gets to like. Yes.
Green Dragon says, "Are you available? May I teleport to you? This will be easier."
Looks to her treasure. No. In a moment.
She says, "If you prefer, you may teleport to me. This could also be easier." She says, like, looking over at the simple plan.
Oh my god. The worst thing is that, like, Investigatrix might just do that. She's like, I mean, she knows that, like, Amy probably won't destroy this portal, but at the same time, I mean, she destroyed the other one. You know.
That's right. No, the Spellfire will take it, you fool!
Yeah,
Smash, smash.
fucking-
I spent
Yeah.
so long.
that's gonna be a Kelly for yeah. She's like, well, maybe if, like, sure, she'll she'll not answer but just appear.
All right. The Missouri leader theory is standing like on the coastline. The sun rays like hitting it beautifully. The Grand Temple of Malar, Nova Cree's Tower of Light, like
I was
a bit
gonna say,
off in the
squints.
distance.
She didn't know that it was day. Eh.
It's just the Green Dragon alone with the Black Dragon nearby, and the only other feature on the beautifully like arrayed coastline, although like encampments have arisen of some here, is like a small like table that's like the size of like any of our claw, like smaller, like we could easily fit in it. And on that is like a small like wrapped piece of like like velvet cloth, in which is the poison. Kamiser just like blinks a bit, but was actually expecting it. Says, "Welcome, Wisicatrix. I appreciate you
just, like,
coming.
looks around, like.
I appreciate you coming. It does save me the return trip. How thoughtful of you."
Yes, I am always that.
Have your affairs been sturdy since we spoke last year?
uh, Sturdy is not the right word, but hopefully soon.
Well, I made mention before I departed that I was looking on that I would be dedicating myself to the pursuit of a resolution. I have found one. To inspire fear within the creatures of the far realm, so that they gestures find somewhere else on Toril to dwell.
Okay, squinting eyes, feeling there's a butt somewhere.
It is a expansion of the poison that I developed a century ago, and that you have expanded in your own endeavors against the aberrations. It's a
She nods.
a new take on it.
Wait, is it the whole bottle that's on the table?
Oh yeah, it's absolutely is. It's like wrapped
I
up in
feel like
cloth.
she almost she looks over it's like an eerie feeling, like
The dark velvet, almost like something's moving under it, but
yeah.
the bottle's not actually visible.
I have had the fortune of working with experts in the field in my past, but rather than a Talonite, I got the attention of the Mistress of Disease herself, the Lady of Poison. The teeth like flash and like catches like in the rays of the sun. It's I guess it's probably like an ominous smile, which might be like par for the course for a dragon. Who can say, right?
Yeah, no, it's because I don't like it.
Says, now, I have communed with another elder of the Emerald Enclave, and how best to convey the message. I can't just throw this into the sea of fallen stars, or deliver it near the obelisk. That wouldn't really be the threat. There needs to be an instruction period, you understand, to show the aberrations what they could be in for.
She makes like a gesture with her hand, like yes, threatening. I am very familiar with this. It's the only diplomacy I ever do. I'm like yes.
Splendid. I'm glad you understand. To that end, I have scoured the coast, seeking any aberrations which could convey this message, but I've come up empty. They seem to have abandoned their pursuits in the Gothandor region, doubtlessly due to the efforts the Emerald Enclave have done to protect this region.
So you want to send an expedition to Westgate? I certain there would be some there.
Just no, I already have people there, and I couldn't really trust any of my people to capture aberrations for the demonstration. It has to be me directly. So I thought about what they might want then. They want where my temple to Malar is. It's like gestures of the temple, because they're offended, I'm sure, over what used to be there. They want greater power and influence, which we've taken from them. And based on recent events that happened in Westgate, they want you. And so I thought, if the imminently terrifying and powerful Versicatrix were on the coast, like the flutter of like the waves against the coastline, yet beyond the city, and this message were conveyed that there might be, that something may show up, some things I could seek to instruct. Really, you coming here made this incredibly convenient. I must thank you again.
I think there's like a narrowing of her eyes. Well, had this plan been presented to me, I might have flown here so that I could have used the teleportation to get out of trouble.
She says, well, I would be with you. You wouldn't be alone.
Thinks of the High Priestess of Bane. Yeah.
Says,
Yeah.
we can wait some time here. I have suitable entertainments for you, if you're feeling unconfident. But I would not trust anyone but myself to attempt to subdue any aberrations which would come for you. She, like, frowns, like, oh, like the smile fades away. Don't really know whether a drag can frown. Don't really know how I'm going to subdue an aberration. I've given it some thought, and I've not done anything but kill them. I just need there to be at least one survivor, though, to report the message back through its memories.
The Stickers also found a survivor from an encounter. Well, that is a tricky concept. Like, think about that. I mean, how long is the flight from here to like the Osracht or like the Goblin Hills or whatever, Goblin Cracks?
To the mountain.
Yeah.
Let's see. How long would it take for a dragon to, in a straight line, fly? Let me see.
It's been a few days every time I've made the trip.
Yeah, it's a got drags.
It's probably like 240 plus miles, like looking at your mile scale there.
It would be like ish days. But all your time just
to there.
Yeah, like this. Sort of... Maybe you could like, if you really push it, you could maybe like do it in 2, but be like,
no.
The long trip's a big forest, big area, wilderness, and
yeah. Well, I suppose I can stay here for a couple of days.
Nice
while
tempo.
we figure out how you are going to subdue the Aboleth. Or whatever shows up.
Just,
She like looks around forest. This is not a comfortable place at all.
There's some like muddy forest lake full of leaves and stuff.
Mr. Leader says, "Well, I believe your old lair is very close by. If that would suit you better." The
There's like
apparitions
a
don't come
second.
around these parts.
There's like a second where like the Cicatrix's body tenses as if she's about to fucking strike at Emmy.
The green dragon seemingly does not notice this or doesn't care, one of the two.
Yeah. Like a narrowing of her eyes, and I think she just leaves to go somewhere else here in the region. Like just like, no, fuck you.
Big forest. There's like swampy.
Yeah, there's
bits.
lots of place, you know, like fucking I
A lot
don't.
of flooded areas up here actually.
Oh, great! I'll go here.
Bunch of water.
Yeah. Just like I know that I can't pick a fight with this person because I need them to be alive, but yeah. You know, it's not.
What you're saying is it was not a good suggestion.
No.
Or maybe not made in good faith either.
It seemed eminently like reasonable and logical. Like you want like an aquatic area.
Yeah,
Like
you want to go back to your prison where you were held for many.
I mean, that didn't.
Like,
I mean, you went back there
years.
before. That's how you found that
To
Avalon.
loot.
Yeah.
I didn't stay.
That Aboleth was so long ago, guys. Remember
Yes, that was horrible.
back then? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the short of it really is, put Vercingetorix in an exposed position, have the sovereignty know about it, and they might be very like they almost couldn't, not strike. Problem, of course, is that they would want to strike with something they believed could actually kill Vercingetorix.
Yeah,
not gonna be-
that's my follow-up problem. Like, if they don't know what happened to the Impossible, I don't know what they could send.
That's a
I'm
good
not sure if I
question.
want to know what they could send.
Probably Aboleths, right? Okay. But, I mean, they don't have another Impossible, just sort of laying around. Yeah. Typically, though, they're not gonna. Like, it's not gonna. They're not gonna. It's not gonna be trivial to. If they don't know that Emissary just teleports right in, maybe they won't be prepared for 2 dragons.
I mean, if they didn't get the information from last time, then
They didn't get anything.
yeah.
They will definitely
Then
get
they
this
would-
information though now.
Yeah. That's the
Oh
point.
yeah. But that doesn't matter if they get the fuck away from this place. Maybe it even works better. It's like, oh, you think you can kill 1 dragon, motherfucker?
Always more than one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just not allowed to say, we have a whole horde of dragons ready to teleport in. This is just one.
The point, of course, being that it'll be dangerous, right?
Yeah.
Put themselves in an exposed position.
Well, which is why she's not going to do it until she has her ring recharged,
Yeah, of course.
because she doesn't fully trust that Emmy wouldn't just bail on her.
As to how do we knock them unconscious?
I don't understand why your character wouldn't trust, because if Vercingetorix dies, Emissary Legion is going to hell. I don't understand your character's thought process there.
I mean, a lot of things can happen to you that's not dying. It's like, yeah, I mean, I don't want to be like a tentacle brain thing.
But as for how do we keep them not dead? Well, similar to the Lich, we defeat them, right? To the point where we've beaten them up, and then we can sort of get them up.
I heard that I mean, I know that Salazar was like, I mean, then we kill one and let the others live. I think, I mean, much more likely scenario is we kill all the other ones and let one live.
I mean, ideally you want two, right? One to feed the poison to, and one to experience watching that.
Yes. Yes, true.
Some sort of controlled environment. So, but they're probably going to send more than two. So, even room for a little bit of error.
Two
there.
Apple
So,
Fs. Yeah.
that'll two, right? Difficulty 21 encounter. That's fine. They could just.
You got a belly out, you know.
If you have a better idea, Eric,
Hmm.
that isn't just me fucking chucking the poison at the obelisk.
No, yeah, I think this has to be done. It, like, I think it's a great idea. I don't know that my dragon is like, oh yes, great. That's
Because let me tell you, this would be pretty transformative for your shit that you want to do too.
yeah. I mean, ultimately, it's also like I don't want you to throw, like, and I think that's the thing, right? Like, when Cicatrix goes here, she starts out with like, oh, I need to wait for the portal, but it ends up being also just like she cools off a little bit, right? And she thinks about it. There's some paranoid pacing, her like natural walk, and it's like, well, okay. Alternatively, she's just gonna fucking chuck the poison in the water. I don't feel like Umberlee will thank me for that. I mean, even if she doesn't pin it on me, she might ask me to deal with it. And that's a lot of work.
Caught between two gods there.
Yeah, like that does not seem
Are you
great.
saying that you fear this poison more than your Umberlee?
No, I fear Umberlee, and what he's gonna tell me what to fucking do.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna have to do it.
This goddess has challenged my control over my domain. Unacceptable.
It's gonna be very hard to be like, oh, I dedicate Westgate to Umberlee, but I'm not gonna do anything about this giant poison thing that happened.
Yeah. I mean,
That's not my problem.
You know that this is the kind of thing. We're an epic team. This is the kind of thing. I'm not gonna pull punches when you throw this thing around.
No.
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be very bad. Oh, whoever
Yeah.
has to deal with this. Yeah.
I think she comes to the conclusion that this has to be done, and as Grimace says, when she thinks like rationally about it, out of like the cloud of, and it's like, no, okay, like, just like she didn't attack Emmy, right? Like she can't, like, they, for better or worse, they're stuck. And like Malignif is on the other fucking side of, the continent or whatever. Like, it's not gonna.
There's a couple countries that were fighting a war, depending on kind.
Yeah.
Seth is in some Baldur's Gate.
Like, there's really, like, it's the two of them now, for a bit. And yeah, I think she'll, like, after a day, she'll go back there. Amy's just probably back in her tower, I guess.
Amy's Religio Theor is like easily capable of leaving the temple of Malar to like go back. Though the little table with the poison is not sitting there on the coastline.
I just been waiting. No.
Like
I think it's an eeriness, like it's this preternatural thing about it, right? Wherever it is, birds and animals and such are not. So if you have it with you in the forest, it's just completely quiet around because the animals somehow sense that the danger. Right? They leave.
Right. Their instinct is like, nope.
You should leave out of here. Something in the air smells wrong.
Well, Ari, the problem with committing to this plan is that we're going to have to wait 2 weeks to resolve it.
Yeah, true.
This is Warhammer shit.
Can't believe there aren't even Chaos Dwarves.
I mean, I love dwarves. It's not a secret.
But anyway, yeah,
Yes,
I mean,
sorry.
basically, you would go and hang out at the beach, and then, frolic in the water until aboleths show up, and then you'd promptly try to beat them up.
Yeah.
Their goal is probably to get Recicatrix, or at least get information about what happened and what is happening. Well, your goal will be to beat them up and like capture some of them, so you can actually give
Yeah.
them some information that they actually might want to have if they, they don't want you to chuck it in the water either. So, they just don't know that they want that information.
Yeah. They're
Yeah.
trying to get information. We're trying to give them.
I mean, that is
information.
an alternative, really. Let them read your mind, and then, but of course, they will also learn a bunch of stuff you don't want them to.
No, they're not fucking gonna read my mind.
Like, oh,
No.
there's an Abanian spirit, and there's a ritual, and oh, great power. Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, I thought about like saying skipping the combat and like taking an eyedropper like into the cork and like taking that with me into combat and like here motherfucker.
What scans on this, bitches?
Here's your intel.
You don't need a lot of it to really make.
Yeah.
It's virulent stuff.
Well, then would you trust anything to like just take it up and not like drop it?
That's what I'm saying, maybe we don't
Yeah.
have to do this whole combat thing. Maybe the eyedropper, like they come up, like they show up, they're ready to get you, and like here's the info dump.
Yeah,
If you will.
just like.
Yeah.
Spray bottle.
Squirt.
Spray bottle. Psh, bad apples. I mean, yeah. I mean, I am okay with that also. Like,
Okay.
I'm ready for combat, but I should say, like, I mean, if there's an easier solution, I think both dragons, like, if
I
This
don't
is
know whether it'll be.
but-
I don't know
All
whether
I
it'll
will
be
say-
easier.
All I'll say is that as long as the cork is not removed, you don't have to deal with the consequences of this thing being out there.
yeah, all right, let's do the battle.
That's the
Well,
Looks
Ari,
like the
like
roll again.
Ari, the cork has to be removed for me to poison one of them.
Oh,
Like the cork is gonna be
Yeah.
removed either way. It's either like
in a
either I
controlled
remove
environment.
it to like give the show one aboleth in a controlled environment, or I
Drug it in the sea.
Look-
At one
yeah.
of them.
Again, and that's what Visicus is gonna know. We have like controlled environment,
That's the paranoia.
And Emmy might be like, "Wow, she really cares about this." Like,
like
I guess it's her perfectionism, and really, it's just like unbelievable. That's in the back of her head.
that's what it is. Like if he's really just like like I could just like you come back the day later. Like I've been giving it some thought. Like we don't have to I don't have to take any of them captive. I'll just we'll get them like congregated, and I'll squirt a little bit at them. I'll like put in a separate container and hacha or whatever, like
Do
the
it
dragon
in
equivalent.
combat,
Of hacha. Yeah,
like a
And-
throwing weapon.
yeah. Like, and where Cicatrix is like
It's like, actually, I have also been thinking, and
No.
and like the only thing she can like do to convince Emmy is like, I think you were right. Emmy's like, what did you? Sorry, excuse me. What did you say?
Guys, I do feel
Did I
like
hear right? It's like, yes,
maybe,
you were. You were
maybe I'm,
right, and I was wrong.
maybe I'm out of
I apologize.
maybe I'm out of order here, but I've just been thinking. I think this might actually be compellable for both of you. As a see it done, get rid of these aboleths, and for Emmy, like a no effort wasted, do it right, and you won't have to do it again. No? Does that not make sense?
I'm not gonna deny, any draconic essence. I think
what is
it
doing
just
it
feels
right though, and
weird
not
when
having to
we're
do
not
it
gonna
again?
yeah, when we're not gonna be able to do it right now.
Well, right now, dragons can do it right now.
Yeah, I mean,
But,
their time.
but yeah, I mean that's true. You certainly interpret it a different way too. But like, well, we'll just get it done as easy as possible.
No,
and, yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Right, that's what I was like, where does no effort wasted go there? There's no effort wasted go. Fuck trying to capture aboleths, just
Could it'd be in the awkward situation of conflicting, which we'd rather avoid.
This has been the first time you've tried to loop in a multi-compel.
Yeah, made sense in my head. Since you basically made this poison with the idea of no effort wasted, let's get it,
Absolutely.
do it right, and then be done with it.
Okay, well, do it right, he said.
Okay.
I mean, you could, you could argue, okay with it, but
No, you don't want to have like
uh,
split here. Like, I do like the idea of the Visceral Allegiance theory being like, all right, like we'll just make this like easier so that you're not exposed to danger, and we're just be like, no, you were right. Let's do
Yeah,
it.
it's like stone face, right? Immediately, just this is the only calculation. She's like, okay, either we can like argue about this like forever because she's gonna be sending her ways now goes with, or I like it's like the only thing, and it's like, I don't want to. It's like no, yeah, you were right initially.
Yeah.
I was wrong not to trust you, and it's just like stone face. It's like,
The Green
I
Dragon's
was
like
wrong not
complex,
to
like
trust you.
Green Dragon's initially complex, like thinking that like this is like a kinder alternative, like it's like better and like safer for everyone, and they're like, no, you were right. We need to get this like.
We need to do it the right way.
Yeah.
Imagine all the nature we would destroy. I care deeply.
oh no, the plants.
and, and,
All
and,
the
and
seaweeds.
the Green Dragon's like poison's a part of nature. Pause. Think about all the nature. the sea turtles.
I mean, I want a dragon turtle.
You have a beholder.
Yeah, well, okay, so you stop at beholder.
Like,
there's many Dukes of Westgate, and if I don't get to fill them up with monsters, this game will not end well. I need a dragon turtle Duke next.
I'm just saying, you've already got a slate of NPCs.
I mean, I can tell you both of you are clearing gold slot, right? So.
Yeah, next one is like all these serious things. Get a dragon turtle on my side.
Dragon turtle, buddy.
Yeah.
Integrate a dragon turtle somehow.
Find someone who also just loves food and do exactly the same. That's how I'm gonna win all my allies.
Need some more money for magic tables.
Well, my complaint here is that it's just an awkward like spot to end on, like for like the 2-week break, because Ari and I can't think about anything. Like really, we just have the combat between sessions, and we don't know how well that's gonna go.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll prefer to just.
Can't even end the year.
I mean, the thing is, it doesn't have to be the next thing that we do, right? Necessarily.
Yeah, but that also sort of goes against compelled,
just makes too much sense.
You double compelled us, right?
Yeah, no, this is what's happening now.
It makes too much sense.
Now that I learned that it's several days to fly here, I'm not gonna fucking.
Well, I mean, it'd be quicker for you to fly to Westgate.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, you're right. It is somewhat an awkward spot to end on. But
here we are.
Yeah, here we are. What else can we do with that? It's not like I predicted that this was where we were going to be.
So, question: can we, in some trying to resolve this? Can we, in some way, use faction actions, like, for instance, the apodictic poison, to make this encounter trivial?
I would not utilize my company in this situation.
I don't think it would make sense, because the Aboleths wouldn't attack if you had a whole bunch of druids and stuff hanging around.
Yeah,
that's obviously a trap, right? The only way to really make it work is to make it actually be dangerous for you. If it's trivial, then they wouldn't go for it, because they've certainly you've slapped their hands, right? to the point where and
Prefer
I don't
burn
like
their
I don't
hands.
like the idea of sort of skipping the combat at a cost,
No, yeah.
because that doesn't feel like that doesn't that seems arbitrary, right? Um, yes. During the combat, I think it's a valid thing to do. Next, it's a shame that of course that we don't have there's a while until then. It does sort of matter whether it goes well or not.
The question area is like, are you sure this is actually like a path that you want to pursue? Because it's not exactly as if your character shrugs off like the effects that Aboleths do. And they're certainly going to be rocking their full slime and whatever like compliments of things they may bring with them.
Yeah, I'm confident. I mean,
Okay.
currently still have the equipment from my facing the impossible, so I am a little better equipped for like against Dace and stuff than I usually am.
All right.
Should have a counter set of some epileptic items
Okay.
to deal with shit.
I just bring that because there
Yeah.
will be multiple. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be a based on what little information they have, they will try to actually get you
Yeah.
what they're here for.
Well, hopefully they won't account for my psionic Appledif Slayer Dragon.
they have gotten preciously little because you have persisted whenever they've tried to gather information.
Yes. Well,
Um,
that should
I guess I would ask, like, why would they fall for this if they're so spooked after like what happened with the Impossible? I guess that's my problem from like a roleplay sense. They're
Uh-huh.
highly intelligent beings.
they are, but here's the thing: Persecutrix shows herself, right? It might be a trap, but if you're a highly intelligent, powerful being with vast resources, like, yeah, the dragon here might have some sort of plan, but you might also just take over its mind and figure out what's actually going on.
And then beat the trap anyway.
Yeah, like what kind of trap could there possibly be, right? You don't know. But even finding out what kind of trap there could be is information that is valuable. Are you going to send your
Yeah.
senior, most important Aboleth guy to do
No.
this? No, that's too risky.
No,
Are you
but
going to send
like
enough that it's going to be to take care
Yeah.
of this dragon, ideally? Probably a little bit more than that. Yeah, that seems like. I'm not saying
foot
it's like
soldiers.
it's not going to be a trivial combat. It's
Yeah.
not. Like, they want to win, and they do have something to gain from it, even if it's not being able to kill the dragons. Them getting information is a goal in itself, right? That's what they would want to get. Even if the trap springs, them figuring out how you beat the impossible is a very valuable piece of information.
I'm willing to tell them without a combat.
Just come and ask us, man. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
honestly. I'll have a conversation. We could just parlay. Like,
Meet the open
Parlay?
mind.
Like,
Yeah.
you have 3 Aboleths. I'll just be me, and I'll show you how I did it. Please. There's your intel. That's how the
Yeah.
Impossible lost. The end.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would call the, you could certainly, well, you want to show them, yeah, that very much would be the flyby, throw a bit of it, at them, see how they like it,
Yeah, I don't know that we want to fly too close to the spire
No,
either.
you could, if you want to just deploy some of this stuff in the seat, that you could do that.
No.
That's a valid
I
way
mean,
to.
that sounds like the quickest,
wanna-
like an easiest path, Harry. I was.
Yeah, no. Signatures will not.
If you
What are you gonna
don't,
do? Wrestle me with the glass for the flask? What if it breaks in your hand?
Yeah. No, she would definitely speak against that.
Somewhere, the Archpriest is telling little Mina just cackles in her sleep.
Yeah.
Having the best dream.
Yeah. No,
Would you
no.
feel better about it, Ari, if it was just like a pair of eights?
Yeah. You know, a couple like they've already almost eradicated all like wildlife here anyway. But like, you know, I feel like double 10, triple 9s are gonna just like fucking
And
wreck
double
this
3.
shit forever.
I mean, basically, if you wanted to find a cure to fix your faction from it, that would be the
Yeah,
difficulty.
this is what. Yeah, no.
You gotta in one roll get double 10, triple 9, or enough successes to overcome it.
Yeah.
Functions like a policing role. It is somewhat ridiculously difficult to deal
I need
with.
to benefit from this water.
Which means that you
so
can
it
basically
can't
point
be-
at someone and be like, "I don't like you."
Yeah. You know, Ari, the last time I did this with my were-rats, it created the poison land that you see on the
still
southeast of the
there,
giant
Yes, I
mountains.
know.
The Sphinxes couldn't solve it.
Mhm.
Solve this riddle.
They tried.
They did.
Now
Well,
they're
Riddle
gone.
me this. Yeah, no,
We just-
but I imagine it's very much a discussion, right? And then the more the discussion take, probably Emmy is like, yeah, maybe we should just. I mean,
It's so easy, right? I'm not aquatic. I don't breathe water naturally.
I can fix that. I literally bought a ritual for that because I was like, I'm gonna need the other dragon's help, and I don't want them to have
no, that
equipped
doesn't.
some shit item.
No, that
Aquatic
doesn't
is a
permanently fix it. Like that doesn't
Keyword.
give me the aquatic subtype. I don't like
Oh
water's
no!
not my domain.
Aquatic
But-
subtype is something you have if you have a natural way to breathe water.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, sure, but like, I can make you breathe water and swim
Oh, yeah.
normal.
well, no. Like what Mankind is like was arguing there for is that like in the case like the Green Dragon, like this, like what do I care about the water?
Lake's not
Oh,
made
right.
to target her.
Right? Yeah. Well, you know.
Yeah. This hurts the Sahuagin and the underwater cities and who knows whatever else that lives
More
within there.
specifically, it hurts stuff that I care about. So
Yeah, and whoever may drink the water
Yeah.
and
Well,
bathe in the water.
I don't care about that.
Gatra might
that's-
drink the water,
Oh, that's true.
but he's got an iron gut. I'm sure he can withstand it.
You could
I
you could
mean-
defeat a 10-10-9-9-9-3-3, right? Right. You
He's
could-
a beholder.
It's a
I don't want a poisoned aberrant. He's so
I,
good.
I mean, when you think about it, the bad thing is that like he is a beholder. He's an aberrationary,
yes.
Yeah.
and this poison.
Yeah,
what-
that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. No. My Duke, the Duke of Westgate. will not
My
allow.
mouth.
He speaks for me when he does speak, which is rarely, but they call it the food court. So
His domain. Yeah.
Yeah, he has an audience, but it's just him eating.
the audience. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. You only deliver good news to Gezra. Is and a snack. No. Yeah. We have to. The 66 would want
Alright.
to do this.
all right. I mean,
You
someone can have an easy goal next time, maybe. Well, no, not an easy
I-
goal as such, but an easy to figure out what would be goal. No, it's going to be 2 weeks, so can't at least think a little bit about, like,
Oh,
If-
I mean,
if
we've
this
been
Aboleth
fucking
thing was dealt
murdering
with,
those goals. and
what's next, right? Oh yeah, you have.
We'll
You've
continue.
done.
There's no need for me to figure out what's next. I don't know what's going to be happening next session.
True. It's true.
The goal? Get threaten the Aboleths to
As we cut 3 weeks
get the
ahead,
fuck
and we look at.
away.
So how do we build a shelter? Can we just weather this? It'll burn itself out, right? We're dragons. We can live a long time. We go through the ritual portal. Okay.
We set up camp in there. Kill the
That's a
Baylor. You know.
Better place.
Oh yeah, I guess at one point the Cicatrix will think to like share some updates about Westgate. You know. Maybe in the discussion of like, hey, I mean, we could also just poison the water source and like, about that.
I'll live in it.
I kind of need it now.
But I thought you lived in the Eel Fort.
You're right. I did live in the Eelford. It's, I've been moving around, it's true. But I'm looking to settle down finally, so.
Yeah. Just couldn't help being so far away from me. I understand.
It is a perk. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie,
One of the reasons I moved because you moved right in on my ass, just right fucking there.
Imagine if I did it again. Just like, oh, hey, the old center camp. That would be a great lair for me.
South Road Crossing. We built the bridge, Get sort of a city there.
No. It's the kind of thing where not too much exposure does good for the mutual cooperation of the dragons. It's like, no. It's like you deal with business when it needs to take care of, and then you leave.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say I'm excited by the way that things went. There's a lot of, I mean, as turns out, more than one option here. You could have gone down, and then
Yes.
I can't believe I'm fucking trying to get over Westgate. I fought not to have to do that.
I know, right? You
Ever since I keep setting up Temple of Unbelief, basically since I joined the campaign. I was working to get in here.
Campaign. A year and a half ago, you're like, I don't want to control Westgate. I want to be friends with the people controlling Westgate.
And you made friends and absorbed all the people there, and now it's just you left.
Yeah.
They're all you now.
You are Westgate. You are.
Yeah.
This is where you live.
I mean, that's what she said to the adventurers, right? Like, it's like, yeah, you can cooperate, or I'll throw you out. I'm like, oh, you can't tell me that, whatever. And she's like, I am Westgate, bitch. If I want you to leave, you will leave.
That was close with the adventurers, huh?
Yeah.
Different note
Well,
to end on.
wait.
Yeah.
But look at Gethra sitting there, though. I mean, doesn't that just warm your heart? I mean,
no.
Come on. Look at him.
Beholders do not warm my
He's
heart.
I mean, not all beholders. Gethra's special.
Beholders don't warm my heart.
Oh. Your soul, I understand.
I do not fetishize beholders. I am not attracted to beholders.
He's so cute.
I do not find beholders cute or adorable or huggable.
Well, you know. Do you want to pat his head? But you did enjoy interacting with Gethra.
Beholders are not domesticated animals.
Oh, but you did enjoy it. You did enjoy talking with him.
But yes,
there's a lot in common.
There's a difference between enjoying the interaction and all of the words you've used to describe the beholder.
Yes, well, you know.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fairness has nothing to do with it.
You sit down there. I mean, I like your dire Pulet too. I mean, it's also cool. That like.
Now, dire Pulet is a domesticated animal.
Also want to scratch its head, but I'm not gonna.
I don't know if I'd call it domesticated.
I just seen this picture.
Strangely intelligent, strangely cunning sort of predator. It just knows better than to eat a Missouri. I'll try to,
That's a hierarchy, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Packing order.
Yeah, I mean, it probably lives out like somewhere in the surrounding, shows up when called, basically.
Yeah, it does help that the Bulette does need a 20 in order to hit the dragon. That does
Yeah.
not quite. It needs as an attack bonus of 26. So, they can hit the
17.
dragon. Yep. That does help though.
It's, yeah. Yeah.
So remind me, Ari, what was your level 24 epic like thing that you got?
Yeah, it's not like your bunch of shit. Like, oh, all this stuff. Let me see here. 24. When you score a critical hit against a creature that is higher level than you, the creature takes a -5 penalty to saving throws and cannot regain hit points or recharge any power until the end of your next turn.
Oh.
It's
Minus.
as long as you crit, you shut him down.
Yeah. Just gonna
That's
continue with the critting.
Yeah.
That's a straight up property, huh? That's not a Anytime
No,
you crit.
just a property.
Oh, and it's an end of turn thing instead of like a save ends. That
Yeah.
completely nullifies a solo monster saving throw bonus. What if we could keep creatures unconscious for multiple turns?
Unconscious, crit it, -5 to saving throws. Crit it again.
Oh my
-5
god!
to- yeah, it is.
It is synergy there.
Ooh, hey!
Right.
Oh, ho, ho.
Behold, 48 versus will. There you go.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Damn, I hit myself.
Yeah.
It keeps
That mind
going.
blade,
Yeah.
man, that is it's so good against like single big people.
Yeah.
It's where it shines.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to 26 as well. I get a power I can activate then. So, that's always exciting. I haven't really gotten any of those yet.
Lots of properties.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get a power too.
Well, I do have once per encounter you can reroll an attack roll against a creature that's higher level than you, but
Yeah. Well, that Astral Kraken was a higher level than us.
Yeah, it sure was.
These Aboleths probably won't be. Probably.
No. Hopefully not.
Like, why the hell didn't you just send these guys? Shit. Yeah. So you got all 3 of your epic tier feats now, Ari, for like defenses? You made mention of
I
that?
got 2. I have the triumphant, the first one I took was the triumphant attack, right?
Gotcha, yeah.
Minus so I have epic will and reflexes, and next going to be fortitude.
Yeah.
Sadly, my will is not going to be over 39, which that's rough. But
Considering maybe this won't be a problem after next session, right?
I hope so. Yeah, sure that no one else in higher level will target my will.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it is what it is. We need some kind of weakness.
Yeah, we need some kind of weakness. Mine's reflex.
Yeah. Yeah, mine's definitely not.
Well, no.
I still haven't taken the Paragon shit for that, so I can buff that a lot if I need to.
Good. Yeah, I'm all tapped out. My defenses are not like I've already got the epic feats. They're not climbing.
Yeah. Oh, yours are pretty crazy now too, though.
They'll just I'll just have to be content with what I've got here.
Yeah. Try
Damn.
to settle. Must be hard.
Yeah. And I put a lot. I put a lot of feats into being able to fight.
Definitely. I mean, I had my sword mate, my defender character in the Hope game is also fucking just taking punches. That's what I do. Just taking hits. Spending the healing searchers.
Brutal Barrage, since I got, an extra constitution modifier, it's up to 36 damage now.
Hit or miss, basically. Just crit fishing.
Just crit fishing. Not that much, not that good of a fish, though, since I need 20s.
Imagine if I had that. Yeah. 4 attacks.
Use 2 characters into...
There's a reason that rogues don't have a lot of multi-target powers, I think.
Yeah, there's a reason why you would not be given the power I was given of like make 4 attacks.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I crit 2 of those. 20 minutes later,
Here we go.
solved that. Get a bonus attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think strikers are just generally like they're. I mean, yeah, it's one person. That's what they do.
Yeah, you power down huge amounts
Yeah,
of damage
yeah.
to a guy.
Like I thought that, like our oldest brother plays a warlock in our home game, and it's like I would have thought that was a lot more AOE, but there's really not a lot. Still, that's the controls job, I suppose.
I mean, usually area damage is used for minions, maybe.
Yeah.
To wipe
Yeah,
those out.
exactly. So
You've got dragon breaths, so they usually work out for that.
Yeah.
Many of my powers I have picked for like my other like at wills and dailies are for like larger groups to
Yeah.
clear out minion stuff. I have a wider selection of powers, whereas opposed to like murder kill hobo over here. Death stab.
Well, everyone's got a job, right?
Yeah.
The gutter runner over here.
Get her sneak.
God, I love them so much. Yeah. I just love that they're so enthusiastic about their job. They just can't keep it in. Sneak. Oh.
Anyway, for our session time next week, while Manikai is busy cavorting with Jonas, you want to play Vermintide?
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right, we'll do that.
Good game.
Fucking the sound when you crush someone's skull is just I mean, any action game where like the sounds just add so much.
And maybe we won't have to hear Manikai's snooty elf. I hear Manikai plays Carillion.
I used to
It's
be
true.
Kruber. Then I tried the elf, because in the first game, loot is incredibly stingy, and I got a really good bow for the elf. And I kick ass as that elf to the point where
I
I
can't
feel
compete
bad. I
at
feel
all.
bad for going back, because I'm just not nearly as good.
That's what Carillion does, man. That's her that's Legolas like striker.
Just murder everything. It is like, man, it lets me play in like a higher difficulty, basically, compared to being the other character.
Yep, Kruber he's not exactly, he has a different role.
I mean, it probably also is different. We always plays with the AI, right?
Yep.
In the first game, it's better in the second, what we've played of it. First game's AI had some trouble. Rat Ogre, I'll be the wizard and run us hit it with my stick. No.
Yeah,
Set it
my
on fire,
sword.
please.
That's
Do
what's gonna
something.
solve this. Yeah, no. But yeah, it's like crazy. We go to like, oh, your stats, and it's just like maybe 2 other titles are owned by other people. Then it's just like Carillion. It's just like,
Yeah.
oh, great.
A murder elf.
Yeah, when you're playing with someone who's doing Carillion and they're not doing that, it means they don't have that much familiarity with Carillion. That's how it goes.
That's how you test them. Like, is it a good play or not?
Well, not a
Not
good player,
murdering
just
Carillion.
like how familiar they are with Carillion.
Yeah.
That's just her lot. All right, viewers, 2 weeks from now, that's what you're gonna have to wait for.
Oh.
Where Cicatrix taking a bubble bath with Aboleths.
I did consider like whether we should fake like 2 dragons fighting and then Vesicatrix like tumbling into the water.
Emmy's really true has pulled that tricky angle before, but she wouldn't trust Cicatrix to be able to pull a lie like that.
Yeah.
Because
Deception is
Cicatrix
not,
threatens people. And that's what she
yeah.
does.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. No, it's gonna be full out combat.
In your home turf and theirs.
Yeah, and with that chat, I think we're done for tonight. As Bjorn said, we will be
Yes.
here again in 2 weeks' time. Until then, there's going to be a bunch of Warhammers, it turns out, next week. So you can enjoy that or not.
Yeah.
Um,
Sweet dreams with the plague poison.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll see how this all goes next week. Good night.
Next week, he says.
No, yeah, 2 weeks.
Oh, that does stitch. Next week, he said. Rah, rah, rah.